right, family, we should be back. So having some technical difficulties. Blue Pill, do me a favor, check on your phone and see if you see anything. We're gonna have we should be live. We're gonna have a special Super Bowl show. A lot of rituals go down in this country, in this world, and a lot of rituals to garner a certain amount of attention or a certain type of attention to create a certain outcome. And there's certain individuals that's privy to this information. Dr. Phil Valentine used to prepare us for certain things. We could use this energy as well to manifest what we want, because this energy is energy. You know, there's abundance of energy, and when it's out there, it's up for grabs. You know, there's no good or bad. Energy's not looking at who's good, who's bad to use it. Energy just wants to be used, because ultimately good and bad are relative terms. So with that being said, the bad guys realize this, and the bad guys say, hey, let me take advantage of this law. Matter of fact, let me use this law to my fullest advantage, and let me teach them something else while I do this. So they do something behind the scenes, and they teach us something else to do. What they teach us to do, some of it don't work, some of it do, because it's going to work because we're God. We have that God particle inside of us. So Christianity is going to work to a lot of things are going to work. Because at the end of the day, that belief that we have, whether if we believe in a fucking rock that's going to heal us, that God particle in us just might give us that permission slip to allow the healing to take place. So, you know, they take their chances with everything that they do. But the point of this is to teach you about rituals and teach you how to utilize your own rituals to get what you want. As you can see, the stream is good. I'm with the blue pillar. He's about to start. Before he starts, yes, I want to give a shout out, as I did last time, to the kind black businesses that choose to advertise on my platform. I appreciate it for believing in themselves.
Shout them out.
Yeah. First up, King Simon. As I told y'all before, this man has helped me with myself, with my business, with my relationship, with a lot of things, just based on numerology and numbers.
Shout out to King Simon.
There's been times when I've been down and out, feeling a little down, and then King Simon would just walk up to me in the street and be like, oh, you a number 8, man, you businessman, you ain't got any wealth. The nigga just tell me you wealth. And I'd be like, yeah, you right, I am. You might not be feeling like wealth that day, but he just reminds you, yeah, you wealth, brother. You ain't got nothing to worry about. And I'd be like, oh, shit, thank you, brother. I needed that today. So the brother is going to teach you about who you truly are, your secret self.
At a numerological level.
Yes, your real self, the hidden self, not the circumstance. We're not the experience. I don't care how good the experience is. I can have a Bentley parked outside. I can have the most beautiful woman, the most beautiful home.
Talk that shit.
Everything could be beautiful. I am not that. That is still part of the illusion. Sometimes we think crack is the illusion and the soy burger is the truth because it's healthy. No, all that shit is an illusion. I don't give a fuck if you are vegan. All that vegan food is an illusion. All of it is an illusion. So thank you, King Simon, for teaching me about my true self. And I'm going to use this illusion to best represent who I really am. And that's that. Shout out to King Simon. Let me breeze through here. Dr. Phil Valentine, as I said before, this is the father of this metaphysical movement. Anybody that talks metaphysics, you better check in with this brother right here, because we wouldn't have this movement without this brother. He's going to be in Brooklyn, St. Francis College, February 26th. Get your tickets. If you can't get your tickets, get the live stream. The number's down there at the bottom. If you miss it, rewind it. I'm going to be interviewing him on stage. The pills are going to be performing. It's going to be star-studded that night. Yeah. So that's that. Happy. Shout out to
I'm on 100%.
Yeah. Shout out to the folks, the Happy Film. They're going to be dealing with economics. This is going to be a magnificent film. Come out to the panel discussion Saturday, February 18th in Queens, New York. So you can contact this number of 347-709-4011 for more information. Let me see. Shout out to the folks at Pan African Designs for inspiring the people with apparel that is appropriate for our self-esteem, not apparel that makes us feel low of ourselves. It's important that we feel
That's right.
high of ourselves. Self-esteem is everything. Confidence is everything.
Everything.
You could be the smartest dude in the world, but there's a lot of people that don't have confidence to implement those smarts and that intellect. So shout out to them for giving us that confidence through our clothing.
That cloth confidence.
Yes.
Indeed.
Moving on to Minister
So
Jew, Noble Ample.
Priesthood. Shout out to
the priesthood. These are like, the New Age movement. They have the Esther Hicks. I learned a lot from her. Shout out to Esther Hicks. They have their Bashar. You know what I'm saying? They have their people that teaches them about abundance, gratitude, and law of attraction or whatever. For some reason, we have a poor, what do they call it? Poor righteous teacher. We have this poor righteous teacher's mentality, which needs to change. Because we are wealth. Like I tell you, King Solomon taught me that I am wealth when I didn't, even if I forgot it for a second.
Well, he said you in particular based on your number, right?
Yes, but we all are. We all are. But yeah, shout out to Jew and Ample. This is the number right here, 877-345-3797. You got to get your mind right. It's all mental, 100% mental, 0% physical. It's all mental. Even when you think it's physical, it's mental. Jordan said he practiced winning the game shot so many times in his mind that when he actually did it, it was like his body was on autopilot.
Indeed, he programmed himself.
Yeah. So it's all about
his flow.
Right. So it's all about programming yourself. Shout out to them. Make sure you go. Jew got the seminar coming, the webinar, I'm sorry. On the 12th of February. So make sure you tune into that to learn how to do that quantum talk. And we're going to move on. Shout out to the psychic folks at lovely.com. They will help you tap into your divine potential and teach you more of your true identity, your true self. That's what it's all about. Whether it's numerology, whether it's tarot cards, whatever it may be. We got to figure out who we truly are, not the illusion. I don't care if you grew up in the projects, wherever you grew up at, that's not you. There's a real you that's waiting to bust out and experience this reality.
That's right.
Moving on, Professor James Smalls. If you've seen Hidden Colors, you know who this man is.
Legend.
ProfessorSmall.com, 914-222-5237. Get this information. The stock market has been on a tear lately, as Dr. Boyce Watkins has been teaching us. You can learn about forex trading, bond investing, home-based business, economics, Bitcoin, all of that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Professor
James,
Smalls.
all that going on?
Yeah, he got it going on.
Okay.
He got it going on. So
Shout
holla
out
at
to
Professor
Professor
Smalls. They got a
James
team
Small.
there, and they're going to make it happen.
Oh, that's what's up, man.
So with that being said, we're going to start the presentation, family. Blue Pill and Red Pill have been on the tier with these predictions, man. They've been awesome. They've been predicting things left and right, from politics to even Beyonce and Jay talking about the twins and the age of a Gemini and all of that. So they've been on the tier with these predictions. Blue Pills deep into this law of 44, this algorithm of the universe. I'm going to allow him to tap into the Super Bowl ritual and let us know not only with that, but everything that's going on with these universal principles that govern the day-to-day interactions or the day-to-day things that we see every day. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Blue Pill, the annual Super Bowl ritual. Go ahead, brother.
Indeed, y'all. Peace, love, and light. All right. Before we jump into tonight's dissertation, we just want to further the conversation that the brother was having about collective consciousness and the fact that when your energy is pulled into one particular area collectively, right, that is an opportunity for engagement, because that's a lot of attention, it's a lot of energy, it's a lot of electricity, it's a lot of magnetism. You're pulling on this, your feelings are caught up into these particular events because you got money on the line, or you're led to believe that this is your team. You have blind team allegiance to these clubs or these cities that they represent, or shit, it might be your favorite color. You feel me? So you all caught up. You know what I mean? Some people putting money on the line. Some people's reputation are on the line. You know what I'm saying? And for other people who look at it with a esoteric eye, they might see a larger narrative playing out. They might see the galactic import of these stories playing out by way of symbolism. Okay? So they might say, man, I got a stake in this because, you know, I want what this team symbolizes and represents. I want this team to win as opposed to that other team, if it means that that particular energy might be permeating through this particular country, because they do say that the NFL is the new religion. They do say that. You know what I'm saying? It's church. Its numbers rival any church gathering, you know, annually, any given Sunday, more than, you know what I'm saying? Even when people running down to see TD Jakes, more people are running to the Falcon Stadium to see the Falcons play. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's culminated with all of the churches in Atlanta put together, but goddamn it, they waiting for the preacher to get finished what he got to say so they can get to football. All right? And that's a fact. So let me just open up with reading something very quickly that I see written about collective consciousness. Okay? And I want to give the proper credit where it's due. This is from a woman named Barbara Marks Hubbard. All right. And I guess she's a new ager or what have you. And one of her advertisement for an upcoming event that she's having is called, the theme of this is called Collective Consciousness. And it says, from the collective enthusiasm of a World Cup soccer tournament. All right. Now replace World Cup soccer tournament with Super Bowl, or, you know, one of those big games leading up to the, you know what I'm saying, the NFC championship or what have you. You know, these Big Ten events that majority of people show up, but the biggest of which, of course, will be the Super Bowl. So from the collective enthusiasm of a World Cup soccer tournament to the haunting feeling that lingers at the 9/11 memorial, most people have experienced an ineffable feeling that seems to reach beyond their five senses when they've been at special events or places. Provocative evidence collected to date shows significant departures from chance expectations and random number generators. All right. During times of collective upheaval, global crisis, and major celebrations. So when people amass in numbers that number into the millions, and there's feelings involved, and what those feelings, you know, Super Bowl is driven by a lot of things, because not only is it this country's new religion, quote unquote, but it's a testament to that jock energy, you know what I'm saying, that might somewhat be associated with male alpha. So now you're talking about a real Martian aspect, a real martial aspect that's governed by that planet Mars, because Mars governs competition, and we're looking at the Super Bowl to see two teams competing that, again, like I said, in essence, play for the same league. So the NFL is always going to be the winner at the end of these showdowns. All right, but they got owners on one side versus owners on the other side, and they are putting their players on the field, and their players are playing this out. You know what I'm saying? Both teams are walking away with a check. The NFL is walking away with a check. You know what I'm saying? The networks are walking away with a check. You feel me? So at the end of the day, it's all fun and games, but there's other things, like I said, at stake. For some people, it's their pride. For some people, it's their pocket. For some people, it's their prestige. And for other people, they're looking at it as a cosmic story. You know what I'm saying? As something that's more symbolic and descriptive, or a sign of things to come. Why more so? Because this is where people's attentions are fixated at, and where people's minds are at, or they're fixated. You know, you're looking for an outcome in events to reflect what's on people's minds, or where people are particularly at that particular given time. All right. So let's jump into this slideshow presentation. I apologize. I'm still using my blood moonologue flyers or what have you. I didn't make a brand new one for this Super Bowl situation. I was putting everything together, but you get the idea, and it's still an extension from the blood moonologues. All right, because all of this is centered around Trump energy. I don't know if I should jump into this aspect of it or go past it, but this particular article I put up when I did the blood moonologue too, so we can dispel this whole aspect. Well, we're going to go through this because we're talking about football being the new religion in this country. And then there's things that are being said about this country, especially during these times when they're stoking patriotism, right? They're talking about this whole aspect of, we're going to make America great and we want to return America back to this Christian country that the founding fathers initially founded this country as.
Right, and there seems to be a war on Islam, right?
Yeah, and there's a war on Islam, but that couldn't be the furthest thing from the truth. We were taught different. I was taught different in school. There was a lot of things that I was taught in school that now that I'm able to self-teach, I see were absolutely false.
Shit, don't tell Alex Jones that, man.
Yeah, I don't blame my parents for it. I think that they were misled as well, and I think that the majority of these people, of the people in this country, people that were born here or people that have migrated here, we've all been taught that this is a Christian country, and it's not. It never has been.
Huh?
Yes. Okay. Now, these are in the words of John Adams himself. And I quote, "The government of the United States is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion." You know what I'm saying? So there's just simple things that we haven't been taught. We've been living with alternative facts all of our lives. The sky is blue is an alternative fact. Water is blue is an alternative fact. Okay?
Woo.
That's an all fact.
The sky ain't blue?
The sky is not blue.
Oh, shit.
And water is not blue.
Alternative fact.
You understand? And according to the Moors, they say that you ain't black. That's an alternative fact. So let's go to these words real quick. We're going to run through this. All right. We just want to set the precedent again, especially what we're talking about with this country being up for its religion, the religion of this country to be replaced by a sport. All right. How terribly ironic that the louder Christians protest against the excesses of Islam, the more they agitate for Christian excess. We really need to stop this ridiculous argument about being a Christian nation. If there should be any doubt, let us listen to the founding fathers themselves. This from Thomas Jefferson in an April 11th, 1823 letter to John Adams. The day will come when the mystical generation of Jesus, by the supreme being in the womb of a virgin, will be classed with the fable of the generation of Minerva and the brain of Jupiter. But we may hope that the dawn of reason and freedom of thought in these United States will do away with all of this artificial scaffolding. These are not the words of a man who wishes to establish a Christian theocracy. Jefferson promoted tolerance above all else and said earlier that his statute for religious freedom in Virginia was meant to comprehend within the mantle of his protection the Jew and the Gentile, the Christian and the Mohammedan, the Hindu and the infidel of every denomination. He specifically wished to avoid the dominance of a single religion. Let us be perfectly clear. We are not now, nor have we ever been, a Christian nation. Our founding fathers explicitly and clearly excluded any reference to God or the Almighty or any euphemism for higher power in the Constitution. Not one time is the word God mentioned in our founding document. Not one time. All right. So the founding fathers, a majority of them were deists. All right. And deist is derived from a religion called deism. Okay. And the word deism is derived from a Latin word dios, meaning God. It is a philosophical position that posits that a God does not interfere directly with affairs. All right. So a good amount of these founding, quote unquote, founding fathers were deists. All right, and they were not Christians in the sense of how we might think of Protestants, Reformists, Pentecostal, Evangelicals, Baptists. You know, all of the people that are on the scene now, causing all of these headaches. Talking about, you know what I'm saying, that motherfucking Muslim that was up in the White House for 8 years, making this country more Muslim and safe for Islamic terrorists and radicals and things of that nature. All right, it's all propaganda. So, and of course, we've asked on numerous occasions, maybe if somebody wanted to take it upon themselves and go to D.C. and start asking questions instead of being abused by propagandists, you know, if this country was so engaged in an intense war against Islam, why does the hierarchy of this country, by way of their fraternal affiliations, you know, why are they all donning these fezzes with these Islamic appellations on them? You know what I'm saying? Why can you go to D.C. and see caverns and cabinets full
Right.
of these shrine of fezzes
That's
bejeweled with ISIS, Ansar, Muslim, you name it, Morocco. You feel me? And, you know, until we understand the Masonic implications of the underpinnings of this country, we're never going to really grasp what these people are talking about when they get to talking.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Why is Western philosophy so enamored with Eastern philosophy by way of what it is they're in possession of, you know what I'm saying, through these secret societies? So, of course, we know that the architecture of D.C. is entirely Egyptian. I wouldn't even say Kemetic, because this is after the fall of Kemet, when Ptolemy and the Romans and everything got in there. And they're still keeping true to, you know what I'm saying, what it is that they're in possession of. And we could even take a trip through a lot of the Masonic presidents, you know what I'm saying, the very first quote unquote president of this country, the United States of America corporation, or whatever you want to call it, is George Washington, a self-avowed 33 degree, you know. And then you got the 33rd president himself, Harry Truman, the man responsible for changing the course of humanity by dropping the bomb on Japan in 45. He was a Shriner as well. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at the concepts and the precepts of this country in particular, you know, the framework, you know what I'm saying, is Greco-Roman, is Judeo-Christian, and they're borrowing from the esoteric elements, or the priesthoods of this particular society, should I say, are borrowing from the esoteric elements of all three major religions, whether that be through Kabbalah by way of Judaism, some aspects of Gnosticism by way of Christianity, you know what I'm saying, and a much more exotic form of Islam by way of Sufism, and other mystical aspects that we can see and identify, you know, the Moorish influence or connection, you know, as well. Not by way of the Moorish Science Temple or nothing, family. We're talking about something much older than that.
Right, right.
So, you know, I'm just saying all that to say that when we look at all of the influences that go into the identifiable aspects of what we can see in this country and say, well, I know where that comes from and I know where that comes from, very few things can we look at it and identify and say wholeheartedly that's Christian. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like, this is the country where people practice Thanksgiving, Halloween, Valentine's Day, you know what I'm saying, Christmas. These are the national pastimes. These are the national holidays of this place that we live in, and none of those things are you know, mandated by the Bible, and none of that shit Christian.
Not even Christmas?
You can't find that in the Bible nowhere. They don't call for that. You know what I'm saying? That's folklores and traditions that people are practicing. You know, and even the whole aspect of, like I said, the pagan ass, you know, them dressing the trees and gifts under and all that shit that ain't what they came up learning in in Sunday school or what have you. So, Dios, Latin Dios or Divas, divine, are descended from Proto-Indo-European Diwas. All right. The reconstructed chief god of the Proto-Indian European pantheon. All right. Classical Latin, Dios was a general noun referred to as a deity, while in technical usage, the Divus or Divus was a figure who had become divine, such as a divinized emperor. In late Latin, Dios can be used mostly for the Christian God. It was inherited by the Romance language in French, Dio, Spanish, Dios, Portuguese, and Galician, Dias, Italian, Dio, etc., and by the Catholic languages in Welsh, Duv, and Irish, Dia. All right. So look that up if you want to look out more about what a deist is or deism. That's what they was into. All right. Not that other shit they keep telling you about. So this is the foreword. We're going to skip this as well. This is explaining a little bit about why we're using the system of gematria to do our decoding. And, you know, in this particular place that we're in the West, why would it be Kabbalah of all other things that is being utilized as a subterfuge in regards to language that's being used, symbols that are being used? You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you look at what it is that you need to see and start decoding, you know, what's being done and hidden in plain sight? You have to look through this particular lens, because as Western occultists, this is what they'll be using. You know? So very briefly though, let me just run by a very quick passage. And this is from the one of the preeminent Western occultists, Eliphas Levi. I think this is the individual that they credit with coming up with the illustration of Baphomet that's being used. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, quote, on penetrating into the sanctuary of the Kabbalah, one is seized with admiration at the sight of a doctrine so simple and at the same time so absolute. The necessary union of ideas and signs, the consecration of the most fundamental realities by primitive characters, the trinity of words, letters, and numbers, a philosophy simple as the alphabet, profound and infinite as the logos, theorems more luminous and complete than those of Pythagoras, a theology which may be epitomized by counting on the fingers, an infinity which can be held in the hollow of an infant's hand, 10 numerals and 22 letters, a triangle, a square, and a circles. Such are the elements of the Kabbalah. Such are the primary principles of the written word, shadow of that spoken logos which created the world, from Transcendental Magic. So again, when we speak about the word and the power of the word, and everything was formed, you know, by the word, there's two aspects or two parallels of that dimension, the spoken word and the written word. All right. Both are powerful, but they have their separate attributes. And when you fuse them together, they're even more powerful. So when we speak about fours, right, we're giving you the foundational aspects of these 44s. We're going to jump into the sports and the entertainment and everything else, but we need you to understand this at its most basic level, at its microscopic level. So we're in class again. We're at the age of 4, and we're being taught addition, and we're being taught multiplication, and we're being taught mathematics, period. You know, what's not emphasized to us that we have to gather on our own. My grandfather pointed this out to me, and it stood out in my mind because he said it. You know, my teachers never necessarily pointed it out, even though this is something that we've always lived with. And that was the knowledge of the 4, of this being one of the rarest numbers in the universe. And there's an infinite amount of numbers in the universe. And 4 is the only number that you can arrive at using the same aspects in addition that you can in multiplication. So 2 plus 2 will equal 4, and 2 times 2 equals 4. And there's no other number in existence that does that. You know what I'm saying? So when you're talking about the properties, you know, of addition, those properties of addition are not the same as properties of multiplication. You know what I'm saying? These have their own behaviors. They have their own, if you're talking in the world of geometry, they have their own shape or what have you. So they mirror one another. Okay, 4 is a number that mirrors one another. In Hebrew, 4 is daleth, which means door. It's a doorway. It can be looked at as a doorway from one dimension to the next because it represents parallel dimensions. And the twinning of the two is duality. And for every dualism, there's a mirror to that dualism. You know what I'm saying? That which you see and that which you don't. So 4 is a very mystical number, one of the most mystical numbers in existence. And I think that this can even be expressed when we go and we look at Law 44 out of Robert Greene's book, The 48 Laws of Power. Even in his book, the 44th law is to disarm and infuriate with the mirror effect. Okay, so he still kept it in line, overstanding this aspect of this mirror, this reflective aspect of this number. So the mirror reflects reality, but it is also the perfect tool for deception. When you mirror your enemies doing exactly as they do, they cannot figure out your strategy. The mirror, its effect, mocks and humiliates them, making them overreact. By holding up a mirror to their psyches, you can seduce them with the illusion that you share their values. By holding up a mirror to their actions, you teach them a lesson. Few can resist the power of mirror effect. Now, even when we go to the internet, all right, the internet has its own language. They have their own rules and what have you. And one of the internet rules is called Rule 44. And it states that if you post information on the internet about a change in your appearance, it must be accompanied by a photograph of said change. All right. So that's saying, again, they're saying with their rule in so many words, you have to mirror what it is that you're posting. You know what I'm saying? You just can't say, got a new haircut. Whatever you're posting has to reflect that. It has to mirror it or complement it for that matter. So when we get to DNA, right, 4 base pairs, you know what I'm saying, of which only 3 are activated. All right. So 3 out of these 4 base pairs are activated. And as we've shown numerous times throughout our lectures dealing with the 44s, are going to express that and explain it to you very shortly, momentarily. But remember this aspect of DNA and the base pairs and the activated base pair versus the inactive aspects of DNA. And then we get into this whole aspect again, is like we said, dealing with these 44s, we want to get into the internal overstanding so we can start expressing what you're seeing outside of yourself, because your relationship to your surroundings and your environments is one that is best described as within, so without. You know what I'm saying? As above, so below. Okay, so the things that you're seeing outside of yourself are descriptive and reflective of things going on inside of yourself in your inner universe. So outside of yourself, we look at a river from above and we see the tributaries coming out of this river, and they look like a tree, how a tree has its branches, you know what I'm saying, and it's life-giving, and so is the tree. Then we look at our lungs, and our lungs would mimic this picture as well, with the broccoli and all of the life distributing aspects that are going on within our lung structure. And then we go to the placenta, which is responsible for giving us life, for keeping us alive, for nourishing us from our mothers. You know what I'm saying? And we look at the placenta, and the placenta looks like a replica of a tree as well, identical almost. So the tree motif plays a very important role in our internal being. You know what I'm saying? Not only the fact that the trees are also responsible for our lives, for our living selves, you know what I'm saying, and the exchange that we engage in with them by way of carbon dioxide and everything. But we also have replicas of our trees inside of our own body, our being. So when we look at the tree of life, we understand it and overstand it to be a 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional rendering of how we interact, not only on this plane, but the other planes that we exist on. Okay? And this again is according to these esoteric teachings. And the Kabbalah is something that the Moors brought to the people in possession of it. All right. So this is your information. All right. So let's just get that understanding that for the tree that you see that is visible with the branches and what have you, the whole aspect of the roots that you don't see is just as great. You know what I'm saying? It's almost equal in regards to the size and the way that they branch out. They're just branching out underground. They're rooted into a system. They're pulling from a different level of life. It might be in darkness as opposed to the tree that's immersed in light, but it's still responsible for life and it's still equal parts. And that's this whole aspect of you as well. While people see a you, there's a shadow of you that they don't see. There's a part of you that's always remaining hidden. And in this tree, you have your twin pillars on both sides, and you have your middle path, which is Daf, which is the hidden. All right. And again, in the tree of life, there's 4 worlds that are recognized. All right. And down here is Malkuth. Okay. This is the material world. This is where we all exist. This is where it's all going down. All right. So if we look at an example of man, right, this image right here to the left is from a book called Temple of Man. And when we look at all of the ancient temples or what have you, we see that they were built to mimic the Temple of Man. All right. And we look at this tree of life right here superimposed on the figure of a man. And we look at the sacred tetragrammaton, the 4 words of God. All right, as they're turned on their side, they also mimic the image of a standing man. Arm, leg, arm, head. All right. When we go to Kemet and we look at the Djed pillar, and this aspects of 4, representing foundation, that spinal column, responsible for transferring life and light through the body. All right. So we're going through the base pairs of DNA. Okay. Just a real quick lesson in quantum physics and quantum mechanics. We're going to need this to go into this information. Okay. So bear with me. We're going to zip through this. All right. Let me read this to you real quick. This is dealing with the supercomputer. This is dealing with quantum as well. All right. The living cell is best thought of as a supercomputer, an information processing and replicating system of astonishing complexity. DNA is not a special life-giving molecule, but a genetic data bank that transmits its information using a mathematical code. Most of the workings of the cell are best described not in terms of material stuff, hardware, but as information or software. Trying to make life by mixing chemicals in a test tube is like soldering switches and wires in an attempt to produce Windows 98. It won't work because it addresses the problem at the wrong conceptual level. How did nature fabricate the world's first digital information processor, the original living cell, from the blind chaos of blundering molecules? How did molecular hardware get to write its own software? The answer must wait until we understand the nature of information and the principles that govern its dynamics and complexity. All right. So let me just see. All right, we're going to read this real quick. There's a raging and laughable discussion in the evolution debate about whether or not the DNA code is actually a code. Notice that every one of the 20 amino acids utilized by living nature out of over 300 naturally existing amino acids are identified by 3 bases, and only 3 of the 4 bases, and only 4 utilized for this coding. Evolutionists would have a better argument, not a good one certainly, but a better one, if each amino acid was identified by a different number of bases, and if there was a different selection of bases to choose from. But there are always 3 bases utilized out of 4 available for coding. But each amino acid needs and uses only 3, much like the digital code has only 2 single-digit numbers, 1s and 0s, and the Morse code has only dots and dashes. Actually, the Morse code is more random like than the DNA code, since it uses a differing number of dots and dashes from 1 to 5 to code for each letter of the alphabet. If a random number of random bases were used to code for a random number of amino acids in each species, it would sure look a lot better for evolution. But as always, nature's never good to this dubious science. 3 bases of 4 are always selected to provide information, which codes for the same 20 amino acids. So what they're saying is if evolution was an exact science, it would show more differentiation by way of the amino acids that are used for building life, and nothing ever changes dealing with that coding. That coding is always 3 out of 4. You know what I'm saying? And there's a reason for that. If we're going to get into that real quick. All right. This is about algorithms. It's about algorithms. We're not going to get into that. All right. Well, let me see. Machines to be a tidal transformation of the planet. Chetan Dubh, IPSoft. Chetan Dubh, 44, the founder of IPSoft, is a passionate mathematician who thinks that God used mathematics to create this universe. His company earns his keep from technology services, but Dubh's interests are making it possible for individuals to live better lives by letting machines through the repetitive, mundane chores. Okay? While IPSoft disrupts the outsourcing industry with its self-healing, self-learning technology that manages large corporate computer networks, Dubh is convinced that more intelligent machines are on their way. Okay? So he's identifying the fact as a mathematician, as a somebody that's in the computer programming world, that they're able to identify the fact that quote unquote God, or the creator of this universe, had to use code to program this universe. This is a programmable universe, and the people that are doing research at the most minute level of our existence, the most subatomic levels, are finding evidence that suggests that the same way that they would code a computer program is the same way that our existence has been programmed and coded as well. Pretty much like how you do computers. Okay? So this gentleman right here on our screen, this is Sylvester James Gates. Okay? And Mr. Gates is an American theoretical physicist known for his work on supersymmetry and supergravity and superstring theory. And he is currently a professor in the physics department at the University of Maryland College of Computer, Mathematical and Natural Sciences, a University of Maryland Regents professor, and he served on President Barack Obama's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. I don't know whether he's a holdover to the Trump administration. We're going to have to wait and see. Okay? So, this brother's the foremost expert, all right, on a science called supersymmetry, supergravity, okay, and he's done notable work with the superstring theory, okay. So what we want to do real quick is we want to read what quantum entanglement is, because we're going to need this definition to go forward to explain why all of these events are related and they all seem seemingly unrelated. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do they have in common? Nothing other than the number 44. So what connects them? What's stringing them together? All right. So quantum entanglement is a physical phenomenon that occurs when pairs or groups of particles are generated or interact in ways such that the quantum state of each particle cannot be described independently of the others, even when the particles are separated by a large distance. Instead, a quantum state must be described for the system as a whole. So, me and Red, we had a quantum state in our original inception. We were part of one egg, you know, then that egg split and it seemingly created two seemingly quote unquote separate beings, even though if I'm at large distances and he's at large distances and something notable happens to one of us that elicits some sort of response, whether it be emotional or etherical, affects us on the etheric plane or what have you, then the other twin, regardless of where they're at, with with distance being factored in, they'll feel it. You feel me? Like instantaneously at that. So I think that that's a good way to explain this phenomena that we talk about with quantum entanglement. You know what I'm saying? The fact that when things are connected, but they seem seemingly separated or what have you, that they still have effects on one another. Think about the explosion of hip hop in the late 70s and a lot of the dances and rhythmic cadences or what have you that our people were coming up with. And then these same dances were popping up all around the country. You know what I'm saying? And the only thing that was moving the music around was cassette tapes, but they didn't have no VHSs. The shit wasn't like it was Soul Train, like you could turn the TV on and see them doing the Cabbage Patch. You know what I'm saying? On Corner Guy Brewer somewhere. It wasn't going down like that. So our people representing that 100 monkey syndrome aspect, we're able to express these theories in our everyday being. Okay. So what this brother has become known for and credited with, of course he's the only one doing it, is the research that he does dealing with supersymmetry. He utilizes an African motif to express what he's trying to express about our humble origins or who we are at the most subatomic level. So he uses Adinkra symbols as representations of supersymmetric algebras. All right. And of course, for those that don't know what an Adinkra symbol is, you can look over here. All right. It's complex ideas, complex shapes. Adinkras, geometric objects that encode mathematical relationships between supersymmetric particles, are named after symbols that represent wise sayings in West African culture. This Adinkra is called Nia Animno Sua Ahu, which translates as he who does not know can become knowledgeable through learning. All right. And we're looking at one-dimensional aspects of these glyphs, all right, of these shapes, but these shapes are not necessarily one-dimensional. Like even if we were to look at the Medunetta, and even though it's carved on the wall and we see it in the one-dimensional format, that's not a one-dimensional cipher, okay? So it's the same thing with the Adinkras. These are 3-4 dimensional, right, shapes. Okay, to represent a cosmic language through its shape, through its geometry. Okay, and its conveyance. What he's using the Adinkra to express, he can best describe in Western terms, right, of which they're most familiar as Tesseracts. All right. The decorated Tesseract Adinkra and its associated computer words. For simplicity, the Adinkra is shown without dashed lines. Okay. So, what exactly is a Tesseract? I can't. All right, it's not activated on the PDF. All right, in geometry, the tesseract is the four-dimensional analog of the cube. The tesseract is to the cube as the cube is to the square. Just as the surface of the cube consists of 6 square faces, the hypersurface of the tesseract consists of 8 cubical cells. The tesseract is one of the 6 convex regular 4 polotopes. Okay? So, as we were explaining, even about when we look at these 4 base DNA, right? And they said that we live in this material realm, which is holographic. So everything that we're looking at is pretty much an expression of a pixel or a box. All right. Especially if it's a hologram that they're saying, if we live in a projection and we live in a, everything that is animated with life has carbon in it. You know what I'm saying? And if we look at carbon, we see the carbon itself is it's a cube. It's the black cube. It's the 666. All right. So when we look at cubes, we understand that we're looking at 2 squares. You know what I'm saying? With these lines that attach these points. So it's 8 points in the 6 sides. So if you got your 4s and your 3s and you are able to duplicate them, you know what I'm saying? Your 4s become your 8s and your 3s become your 6s. And that's where the cube formation or life or animation in life comes from. Okay? But at our most base subatomic level, it's arranged like this, like a tesseract. It's a 4-dimensional analog of the cube. Okay? And the cube, and the tesseract is to the cube as the cube is to the square. All right? So, where the square is 1-dimensional and the cube might be 2-dimensional, the tesseract is 4-dimensional aspects of that cube now. Okay? And again, people that are looking at this that might not be into religion too much or geometry at all, you know what I'm saying? But you guys might look at comic books and shit like that. That might be your form of entertainment before football was. You grew up on comic books. You never missed a Marvel movie when it came out because they done had the hottest shit in a long time. As of recently, all of the Marvel movies, most of the Marvel universes, and especially the majority of the cartoons that we grew up on, they were all dealing with the Tesseract, but they were calling it different shit. The Cosmic Cube, the Electron Cube, or the Energon Cube, should I say? So real quick, this is some verbiage I got from the Marvel website dealing with the Tesseract. They were making a comparison between the Cosmic Cube and possibly the Tesseract. While they share similar abilities, the power to alter the environment around them and the generation of colossal amounts of energy, the Tesseract in the Marvel Cinematic Universe is essentially a doorway through space and possibly time. The Cosmic Cube is an object of immense power that has several vague defined abilities. They both can be associated with the Mad Titan Thanos and the Red Skull in both universes. The fact that Marvel Studios chose not to explicitly refer to the object depicted in Thor, Captain America, the First Avenger, and Avengers as the Cosmic Cube allows for them to use that name to describe another cube if they choose to show AIM creating one in a later movie. In Thor the Dark World, it's revealed that the Tesseract is in fact one of the Infinity Gems, something they were able to do because they previously avoided calling it a Cosmic Cube. So they just talking about how they're flipping the name and shit to use it for different things, but we know what they're talking about. All right. So this is what I'm talking about in terms of the square, this 1-dimensional aspect with 4 points, and then you double it up and you got the 8 points. You connect those with the lines, you fill it up with volume, which is an illusion because 98% of this shit is empty, and you got yourself a cube. Okay? It's a cube of time and space. Now this is a famous rendition, artistic renditioning of the crucifix scene, and this is done by Salvatore Dali. And let's hear what he says about the Tesseract. The most striking change Dali makes from nearly every other crucifixion painting concerns the cross. Instead of painting Christ on a wooden cross, Dali depicts him upon the unfolded net of a tesseract, also known as a hypercube. The unfolding of a tesseract into 8 cubes is analogous to unfolding the sides of a cube into 6 squares. The use of a hypercube for the cross has been interpreted as a geometric symbol for the transcendental nature of God. Just as the concept of God exists in space that is incomprehensible to humans, the hypercube exists in 4 spatial dimensions, which is equally inaccessible to the mind. The net of the hypercube is a 3-dimensional representation of it, similar to how Christ is a human form of God that is more relatable to people. The word corpus in the title can refer both to the body of Christ and to geometric figures. Reinforcing the link Dali makes between religion and mathematics and sciences, Christ's levitation above the earth can symbolize his rise above earthly desire and suffering. The motif of the cube is present elsewhere. Gaia is standing on one, and the chessboard is made up of squares. All right. Background. Dali's inspiration for Corpus Hypercubus came from his change in artistic style during the 40s and the 50s. Around that time, his interest in traditional surrealism diminished, and he became fascinated with nuclear science, feeling that thenceforth the atom was his favorite food for thought. His interest grew from the bombing of Hiroshima at the end of World War II, which left a lasting impression on him. All right, and y'all could read up on the rest of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? This hypercube aspect of this cross. We're going to get back to the cross. We're going to get back to Christ. We're going to get back to all of this in our dissertation tonight. All right. Energon cubes and transformers. You know what I'm saying? Here go the Energon or the cosmic cube and all of the Marvel universes. All right. So going back to this whole aspect of 4s in the body and the operational aspect of these 4s, not only as base pairs in our DNA, but when we look at the heart, all right, that organ in our chest responsible for life, you know, that blood, which is 44, is pumping through 4 valves. When we look at the brain is arranged into 4 lobes. All right, it teaches about twin hemispheres, but there's 4 lobes in the brain. All right, and brain is composed of 4 parts. All right, and you see it all laid out there. Okay. Now, not only is the brain arranged by 4 parts, but brain in gematria equals 44. And then there's a particular part of the brain that's designated as the 44th part of the brain. Okay. Or BA44. That's responsible for language. Okay. Language coherence. So, together with the left hemisphere BA45, the left hemisphere BA44 comprises Broca's area, a region involved in semantic tasks. Some data suggests that BA44 is more involved in phonological and syntactic processing. Some recent findings also suggest the implications of this region in music perception. Recent neuroimaging studies show BA44 involvement in selective response suppression in go-no-go tasks and is therefore believed to play an important role in the suppression of response tendencies. Neuroimaging images also demonstrate the area 44 is related to hand movements. Okay? So, the area in your brain responsible for language, black man, which is your most powerful weapon on this planet. And for everyone else, goddammit, if I got to tell you the importance of language, again, speaking about the power of the word, the written word is one thing. Spoken word is another. The combination of both, now you're talking. So language is key, okay? It's how you convey, it's how you relate, all right? And you know, it's how you formulate logic and reason and everything else. So, you know, if you don't use language, then the 44 is not for you, the law of 44. If you don't got a heart, then it's not for you. You don't got a brain, it's not for you. God damn it, you don't got DNA, this conversation is not for you. But if you got any of them things going for you, God damn it, and blood in your body, then the law of 44 applies to you. All right, so what is syntax? What are semantics? Syntax is the arrangement of words and phrases to create well-formed sentences in a language. Okay? Semantics, relating to meaning in language or logic. Okay? And we look at this form of communication where it comes to ham and on gestures. A lot of people are into body language these days, looking at these politicians and candidates, for presidency. And they were looking at how they were imploring all of these different hand gestures and what exactly did that mean. I saw more scrutiny of the hand language and hand gestures this past campaign that I've ever seen. They had all sorts of experts talking about what was being conveyed by these candidates' body language, for those in the street, brothers and sisters in the street, what I'm saying? Especially the melanated family, we know about our proclivity to speak with our hands as well. You know what I'm saying? So I just found that very interesting that all of that falls under the designation of the 44s. This is another gematria cipher that I utilize at times. It was introduced by a decoder named Marty Leeds. Okay. And with this particular cipher, he's breaking up the English language, which is comprised of 26 letters, into two ciphers, 13 letters apiece, from A to M and from N to Z. All right. And you could do all of the counting and configuring on your hands. Okay. All right. So A equals 1, B equals 2, C, you know what I mean? So it's a very interesting cipher. Okay. And this is some of the decoding that was done through that particular cipher, bringing Lord to 13, God to 13, Lord God or Yahweh, all being 13, two ciphers of 26, two ciphers of the 13 to 44s, So this is the emphasis on the rise of the Logo Sapiens. Shout out to my brother Buddha Clinks that coined that term, the Logo Sapiens, and the attack of the Android memes. He called it before it even took root in our social media communities. These memes, the way that the memes have become a new form of communication. You know what I'm saying? A new conveyance altogether. And like we said, when we come to the most important element in our body outside of water, which is blood, which is what these entire books of religion are based upon. Blood, spilling of blood, bloodlines, and even that's what we find us here today talking about with this Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? The blood, the blood that flows through this land, the red-blooded American, the patriot, you know what I'm saying? Versus the bloodline of the gods. All right? So, let's go there. All right. So not only does blood equal 44, Aries, Mars also equals 44. Okay. What are the characteristics of Mars? Because we're talking about to Mars observance of a major martial event. Mars is dealing with competition, competitiveness. This is where the champions come from. This is the big game. All right. This is action. It's Mars. Okay. Going head to head. It's all Martian energy. You know what I'm saying? Looking at those 22 people on that field, that field is separated on that 50-yard line. You know what I'm saying? So much symbolism in the formulating of that field within itself. We could go into the history of football, but it's not necessary. We just need to understand that that's a Martian or a martial competition dealing with heavy Mars energy. All right. So Mars, the god of war, is the ruler of Aries. In astrology, Mars is the planet of energy, action, and desire. It is the survival instinct and can be thought of as the leftover animal nature of man. Mars rules our animal instincts for aggression, anger, and survival. Our sexual desires come under the rule of Mars, whereas Venus rules romantic attraction. Mars is most associated with basic body attraction. This is the planet of action rather than reaction. With Mars, there's no contemplation before action. The drive associated with Mars differs from that of the Sun in that it is self-assertion rather than assertion of the will. It is raw energy rather than creative energy. Mars is the push that gets us out of bed in the morning, our drive and desire nature, and our active energy. When we are acting out our Mars, we are assertive, directed, forthright, and adventurous. On the negative side, we can be impulsive, rash, impatient, aggressive, and forceful. In the chart, the position of Mars by sign shows our basic sexual nature, how we express our anger, our temper, what makes us angry, and our first instinct to act. Our competitive nature is revealed in the nature of Mars sign. By house, the position of Mars shows the area of life where we apply our drive and express our enthusiasm. Planets that Mars contacts are colored with action and self-assertion. These planets can represent the kinds of experiences we seek. So, people that are constantly seeing 44s, whether they're seeing it on a license plate, or you seeing it on your receipts, or you seeing it when you wake up and then you see 44 on your clock, you need to get in contact with an astrologer or go online and pull your own chart. Learn how to read your chart, your first house. All right, it's Mars. Find out where Mars is at in your chart when you're seeing 44. Are you having a Mars day? All right, which is indicative of you seeing a lot of red. You seeing a lot of law enforcement. All right, because all of these things fall under Mars or martial energy. Okay, so military is Mars. Police is Mars. Color red is Mars. Anger, aggression, assertiveness, sporting events, Mars. All right? Shorty with the fatty, Mars. Okay? Blood, Mars. So, if any of these things are things that you are seeing or constantly seeing or what have you, then you need to find out more so where is Mars at in your chart and what is it expressing to you in that particular moment. That's if you into that level of your knowledge of self. Some people are still on the fence and they don't attribute any validity to cosmophysics, or what we call, or what you call astrology or cosmology. You know what I'm saying? But for those that want to do the knowledge and take things a little bit deeper, and you having a 44 outbreak, then you need to find out more about Mars in your charts, because that's the primal aspect of yourself that is begging to get in communication with you right now. Not what the internet say about some fucking angel popping up. All right? It's Mars. And everybody got one. Okay? Mars, the ruling planet of Aries, is colored red because of the depletion of iron, thus leaving iron oxide, better known as rust, to cover the planet and give it a red hue. Okay, so we get into Elon Musk and his adventures going to Mars, and you run his name through the gematria and he got 44s in there. We show a lot of these different SpaceX or NASA flights to Mars. They are very keen to launch on the 44s. You know, they pay homage to those 44s a lot. They keep in line with the the synchrogematria, synchronizing their events with numbers and times. You know what I'm saying? To assure it and also to empower it and pay homage to it. Okay? So there's just further proof of it in a lot of these different articles up here. You know what I'm saying? And then the 44th president, of course, is you know what I'm saying, he's tying his name to our mission, quote unquote, this country's mission to Mars. You know, as JFK was to the moon, so shall he be to Mars. You know, we go through some of the connections that popped up under his presidency. There was a very famous comic book series that came out called Letter 44, dealing with the letter that the 44th president left the incoming president, talking about aliens. All right, we don't know if that's what Obama wrote Trump, but hey, we'll know soon enough with all of the leaks that's in that White House. So this is the Tesseract as it was implored in these movies dealing with Mars, because of course the Mars 44 movies are always going to implore 44 motifs. All right, and again, one of the most relatable ones is the ones that's right inside of you at the most subatomic level. All right, and that's your Tesseract. That's your ability to traverse through dimensions. You know what I'm saying? To pop in and pop out. All right. So it was shown in Interstellar. You know, I just utilized some of these advertisements for Matt Damon. Matt Damon was Mr. Man in the Interstellar. You know what I'm saying? And he turned right around and became the Martian in this particular depiction. And he was very much Mars in Interstellar. I think he was even 44 years old at the time, as well as the majority of people that were in that film, including Chris Nolan, who directed it. Okay. Like I said, if you look at the octagon, all right, dealing with this whole aspect of these numbers denote form and shape, all right, and of course, dealing with the H, you're dealing with the octagon as well. The top of these police hats, you know what I'm saying? The fact that they are also channeling this 8, you know what I'm saying, and their patron saint. Underneath these caps, you'll always find Saint Mark, Saint Michael, the archangel, all right, the patron saint of police officers. You know what I'm saying? So, going to military, again, like I said, you'll find 44, all right? The very first appointment of Trump's cabinet, should I say, was Mad Dog Mathis, okay, whose name in gematria, all right, comes up to 44, and who served 44 years in military. And of course, military itself is 44. So in a 44 administration, a twinned 44 administration run by Donald Trump, his first appointee, Prebus, he was 44 years old at the time. His main opponents that he was running against in the National Convention, in the Republican primary, what's the boy name? Ted Cruz and Mark Rubio were both 44 at the time. You know, and Cambridge Analytica, the company that ultimately propelled him and helped him get in the White House, they got the 44s up in there as well. So when we talk about big sporting events, major sporting events, you know, we think about the NFL. We also think about the NBA. You know, if there's any 2 or 3 times that Black America stops what they're doing, you know what I'm saying, and the streets be butt ass naked, it's on Super Bowl, and it's on, you know, Game 7 of the finals. You know what I mean? Everybody's in the building. NBA sports is something that pretty much we grew up on, watching the majestic artwork of Michael Jordan, and before him Magic, and before him Isaiah, and before him so many more. You know what I'm saying? Dr. J, you got Bill Russell, you know what I'm saying, Kareem. It's just an endless display of our greatness at points in time when any other channel that you turn to will be showing us at our lowest, you know, at our least greatest, non-competitive. All right. So like I said, these showings, these daily showings of us at our most martial, at our most competitive, you know what I'm saying, boxing, you know, the giants that came out of that particular venue, showing their competitive spirit, for better or worse. All right. So the NBA is something that, again, we all know about in regards to, you know, cataloging our greatness along the years. But what I try to explain to people is that every time that they look at the NBA, or every time they look at a uniform dealing with the NBA, it's charging up that 44, because the NBA logo is of Jerry West, okay? And Jerry West wore the number 44 for the LA Lakers. Now, that would be interesting within itself, but when we look further into Los Angeles as a city, okay, and California as a state, all right, we look and see that 44 persons from northwestern Mexico founded the city of Los Angeles. More than half were of African descent. This era has been referred to as California's Spanish period because Spain ruled Mexico during its time, and that rule extended to California. However, California was settled by Mexicans, not Spaniards. All right. So this brother right here, this is Pio Pico, the governor of California. All right. A brother. Look them up because nobody speaks about them. This is so-called Black History Month, right? Somebody do an article on P.O. God damn it. So, the Los Angeles Pobladores, or townspeople, were a group of 44 settlers and 4 soldiers from Mexico who established the famed city on this day in 1781 in what is now California. The settlers came from various Spanish castes with over alright. And we go either further into the city of Los Angeles, and we see that this city was opened for business. It was incorporated on April 4th, 1850. So they not just powering and up and generating all sorts of energy vectors for the NBA, for that fine Jewish institution, all right, but they're also charging up the city of Los Angeles, which is the home to Hollywood, you know what I'm saying, where we could show undeniably these 44s pop up all of these movies, like we said, even through Marvel's marriage with Hollywood by way of the Marvel Studios, and you know, these blockbusters that they're able to make that are you know what I'm saying, these are global franchises. They should be doing a billy at the box office, right? Exporting the information about that cube. Okay. So we look at the prospects of the NBA. They're young prospects, you know what I'm saying? And we see how the 44s follow them, you know, before they even get to set feet on the court, the NBA court. They're already registering them 44s. You dig what I'm saying? So I think it's real interesting. You know, these are all of them at the combine. You know what I'm saying? Once this dude opened it up, what's his name? Oh, Wiggins, yeah. My dude, Andrew Wiggins. Once he opened it up with his 44, you know what I'm saying? You know? So he was in the draft with features 44 collegiate prospects. He did the 44 inches on the jump, you know what I'm saying? On the vertical, should I say? All right. There's a bunch of other ones, Zach Levine and all these other dudes. We see my dude bow out last year. You know, Kobe scored 44 points and the Lakers lost to the Warriors, another 44 team. All right. 44, including the regular season and playoffs. This will be Bryant's 44th game against the Celtics, thanks in part to lengthy NBA Finals matchups in 2008 and 2010. Bryant's 44 games against the Celtics are his most against any Eastern Conference franchise. So there's his bow out game, all right, in Boston that he dropped 60. That was his 44th rivalry, all right, in Boston. Another team that is pretty much immersed in 44 energy by way of that city, okay? Even the experimental NBA preseason game that they tried it between the Brooklyn Nets and the Boston Celtics. 2 verifiable 44 teams, as we're about to show you. Okay? So, this was very interesting. All right? They tested out this 44-minute game. They didn't quite explain why. You know what I mean? And this was around the same time that the Brooklyn Nets lost their super fan. They had a number 1 fan named Jeffrey Korn Gamblero. All right, Brooklyn Nets and New York City artists pay tribute to street artist Jeffrey Korn Gamblero. All right, so this guy was famous for coming into the Barclays Center. All right, on Atlantic Avenue. Okay, and he would wear number 44. You know what I'm saying? To his to the stadium, to these engagements. You know what I'm saying? And he fell out of a window. I don't know if it was suicide or it was an accident, but he fell out of a window and he killed himself. All right. So this is how they were paying homage to him throughout the stadium. All right. And this is how they continue to pay homage to this dude throughout the stadium. I think they might hang the jersey in the rafters or some shit like that for this guy. That's how much they loved him. He was the stadium mascot. All right. They had a grown ass mascot. Okay, and he was a graffiti legend named Korn. All right, man, he rest in peace. So we've been looking at the surprising prospects as of lately of this Boston phenom, okay? This young brother that's coming out blazing shit, okay? Dropping 44s on his team. So this was in December, all right? He dropped the 44s on them, all right? I believe it was, who did he drop the 44s on first? The Timberwolves, okay? Indiana Pacer guard Jeff Teague tries number 44 on Indiana, right? Places Solomon Hill tries to defend Boston Celtics guard Isaiah Thomas as he comes around to pick up Celtics forward. So a few days after that, they played the Pacers, and this was the picture that was circulating on the internet with him breaking down this dude that's throwing on 44 for the Pacers. All right. So, and this was the other day. This was, what day was this? This was Wednesday. All right. So today's Saturday. Okay. It's the 4th. This was on Wednesday. All right. So he turned around. This game was in December when he dropped 44 on the Timberwolves. And he turned around the other day and he dropped 44 on the Raptors. Okay. Boston Celtics guard Isaiah Thomas gestures during the second half of the team's NBA's basketball game against the Toronto Raptors in Brooklyn on Wednesday. Thomas scored 44 points as the Celtics defeated the Raptors. All right. So this is how he's opening up this 44 energy leading into this epic game this weekend. All right. Now, prior to me putting up the post, or prior to this brother scoring, should I say, 44 that night, earlier in the day, I had put a post up on Instagram and I was saying, man, all this information is coming to me dealing with Isaiah, the book of Isaiah in particular. I couldn't figure out why the book of Isaiah was registering so heavy with this law of 44 information. And I had just ran into a friend, a brother that I know from Harlem. I never saw him on his congos, though. He was on 34th Street. His brother's from Cuba, and he was playing them congos, singing a dedication song to Yemaya. So I asked for his permission if I can document some of what he was doing and share it with the family so they could come and show this brother their support when they're in the city. Not knowing that his name was Isaiah, I didn't remember this. So as we're dialoguing, and he reminds me, he's like, my name is Isaiah. And I'm like, whoa. I'm like, an Isaiah, huh? So I'm scratching my head like, damn, why is the universe opening up, showing me these Isaiahs? Later on that night, I put the post up and I asked, I asked of the universe, why these Isaiahs? And then later on, this brother turns around and twins his performance, okay? Twins his performance from the month prior, okay? And turns around and drops the 44 again, reigniting or resparking the conversation about how much on fire or how hot he is in the league at this particular time, putting on for the city of Boston. All right. And then somebody had put a meme up saying that he mirrors or twins the energy also of Nate Robinson, another, short player. Okay. Again, twinning their predecessor, not only a Muggsy Bowl, but an Isaiah Thomas from the Detroit Pistons, the Isaiah Thomas that we grew up with in our generation. All right. So the notables or the twinning aspects of these two athletes that have donned this number 4 jersey. They're both 5'9", both from Seattle, both went to University of Washington, both plays for the Celtics, both wore number 4, both two small giants. All right. So I found that amazing that this whole aspect or this lesson that I was getting from the universe about twinning energy also happened on the day that Beyonce announced her pregnancy for twins. Okay? So when we look further at the brother's name, the Isaiah aspect speaks again, like I said, to the biblical imports that are being expressed by way of the law of 44 through the book of Isaiah. But then we go and we look at the surname itself, Thomas. Okay? Why is Thomas called the twin in the Bible? And we went through this on one of the last streams that I did here dealing with the cosmic law 44, and I tied in me and Red and showed the family, that this is just not an external investigation into a number, but this is, man, know thyself. You know what I'm saying? This is finding our place and space in the mythos, and, expression from there. So my brother's name, Red's name, is Philip Thomas Morland. Okay. And I'm gonna show you some things about Philip in a minute, but what I found out about Thomas is that Thomas means twin. All right. A form of the Aramaic, which was the language of Jesus and his followers, and Didymus, a name by which the apostle is called in the Gospel of John, means twin in Greek. Okay. So this is the more long lingering question that I found initially when I started reading a book called The Hiram Key. All right. And they were saying in this book that Jesus was a twin. All right. Whether that's something that you prescribe to or not, whether it's a mythos, there's many mythos about the hero twins or the Heru twins. And Jesus is just another one of those stories that has been repropositioned when Paul got hold of it and made into a supernatural thing, and they got rid of the Gnostic element of that book and brought in whatever else that they're bringing. Now, I don't proselytize for any religion or disciplines, but I do understand that we have people that listen to this program that are both, one, Christian, two, deal with other esoteric aspects of these schools of thoughts, three, are free thinkers, four, are just looking for another way to utilize that which is always available. So the fact that I say that we don't live in a Christian nation is one thing, but if you're running around saying today is February 4th, 2017, God damn it, you don't got to have a cross on your neck. You know what I'm saying? You've already prescribed yourself to a alternate factual reality, an alt fact reality that your ass lives in, where you think is 2017. You feel me? And all of that is based on what our brother Buddha Klinks has termed the Jesus Christ narrative. Okay, which we all have prescribed to in one shape, form, fashion, or another. But, there's different ways to go about and look at these things. I'm not saying that you should become a quote unquote Christian. I'm just saying be mindful of what's taking place, all right, in your face. Because this is the shit that they trying to bring to your door. You know what I'm saying? So why not have a further understanding of it? You know what I'm saying? The Gnostic apostle Thomas, twin of Jesus, a long suppressed, long forgotten form of Christianity in which Thomas was the chief apostle, has come to light in recent years. In Western Christendom, Thomas is known chiefly as the doubter. All right. The close follower of Jesus who had to touch his master's wounds in order to be convinced that he had really risen from the dead. Among some of the earliest followers of Jesus in the Fertile Crescents from northern Syria to Egypt, Thomas emerged much more prominently. He was seen as the special confidant of Jesus, recorder of his master's sayings, and in some case, or in some sense, his twin. Churches across Asia came to regard him as their founding apostle, and in the sayings purportedly recorded by Thomas, Jesus appears as an inspired sage, imparting spiritual wisdom to his hearers, not as the Christ, part of the Godhead presented in Paul's writings and the canonical Gospels. The canonical Gospels. In these pages, the law surrounding the apostle and his recently rediscovered role has been brought together for the first time, law that appears in historical records, myths, legends, cultural artifacts, and religious literatures, and in modern speculations about their meaning. Much of this material has come to light at a time when many scholars, clergy, and people, it's verbiage, but yeah, that's what's going on with him. So I have found this interesting as well. This is dealing with Philip. All right, Philip the Apostle, Red Pill Philip. Okay. Letter from Peter to Philip. In the early biblical story about Saint Philip. Hold on, I gotta zoom in on this shit. I can't read it. Yeah, we need to get into all that. Alright, but what I found interesting was here. The Feast of Philip. Okay, the Feast of Philip is on November 14th. Alright, on our born day. That's interesting. For more reasons than one. I ain't gonna get into it right now. Okay? Yeah. And this is just touching on, you know what I'm saying, some of the information that we shared during that last live stream when me and Red was talking about the cosmic origins, you know what I'm saying, and the fact that we found some of this information very interesting, the fact that we tied into this lunar eclipse cycle called Saros 143, okay? And we could find our birthdays in it, or our born day, our solar returns, KT's solar return right here, and Mama Pills right here. All right? It's almost like going backwards in time. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. So KT's solar eclipse came in first. All right? Ours comes in next. Okay? Where's it at? Right here, November 14th, 2031. And then it's ending with Mama Pill, April 23rd, 2897. Okay? So I don't know. Are we the Zeptepi? Are we time travelers that come during the beginning or the opening of new ages to usher certain times in? Who knows? But we definitely got our own lunar cycle. You know what I'm saying? And when you go to Saros in Nigeria, right? The Saros is pretty much centered around the twins. You know what I'm saying? These were free slaves who migrated to Nigeria in the 1830s from Brazil and Cuba. You know? And that's where they set up shop. So we go over here and we see that this is the area in Yoruba land where they are most fertile. The most twins come out of this particular region. All right. And you know, we were also dealing with the aspects of our family origins. You know what I'm saying? Where mama's peoples come from. All right. And our people come from St. Croix, which is nicknamed the Twin City, of which you can see the 44s right here. All right. St. Croix and St. Thomas. All right. This is where my family originates from. This is where the Thomases originate from. Okay. From this twin city or this twin island. Okay. So these are some of the red and blue motifs that play real heavy in advertisement and society. You know what I'm saying? It's one that you can find continuously running through the motifs. I showed in the last dissertation we was getting through Paul and what Paul was responsible for, you know, writing the Bible and attributing to it the mystical aspects of who Jesus is. You know what I'm saying? And of course he's intertwined with his transformation on the road to Damascus, but many people don't know that his campaign, his entire missionary campaign started in 44 in Antioch. Okay, I found that very interesting. We go to the Benedict Mall, all right? And this whole aspect of Benedict Moore, he died on April 4th, 1589, okay? And they considered him the patron saint of quote-unquote black people, all right? and that extends diasporically, not just here in the States, but all around the world. You know what I'm saying? So his feast is on 4/4 as well. He predicted his death down to the very day of the said. All right. Benedict died at the age of 65, and it is claimed on the very day and hour which he had predicted. Okay. So like I said, we get into these powerful Isaiah verses in the Bible. All right. Like I said, if you wanted to do the Bible over, if you're not a Puritan to that degree where you can allow yourself to wedge away from the questionable parts of that book that you really can't explain, you can simply put together a tome dealing with 44 verses alone, and the shit would be more powerful than anything that you got in your back pocket. That you go to one verse and it say one thing, you go to something else and the shit confuse the fuck out of you. Throw all that shit away. Pull them 44s out and go create you a new church or something. You understand me? Or utilize it for your own personal endurement, empower yourself. But these 44s in the Bible is where it's at. God damn it. If Paul wrote the Bible, then he coded the shit using 44. Bottom line. So let's go to Isaiah 44. All right. Israel the chosen. And don't be butthurt by these phrases and these concepts, because when you hear them, you're connecting them to land masses or people that occupy them right now, and you and your Zionist feelings and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, take it out of that. And either look at it at just look at it through an esoteric lens. You know what I'm saying? When they say something and the shit relates to power, put yourself in a position to receive the power. Don't be on the other end getting the horse kick all the time. You dig what I'm saying? These are just principles that you're talking about that have been personified through politics. Okay? So you need to find out what the principles are and attach yourself to that shit instead of being so scary. You the same niggas, like I said, that if I say, well, the NFL is the new religion in this fucking country, you would agree. Well, who's Christ to that religion, goddammit? Who's John the Baptist to that religion? Who's Virgin Mary to that religion? Who's the Judas to that religion? So you can't have it both ways. You're going to get this work. Isaiah 44. But now listen, Jacob, my servant Israel, whom I have chosen. This is what the Lord says. He who made you, who formed you in the womb, and who will help you. Do not be afraid, Jacob, my servant. Jeshurun, whom I have chosen. For I will pour water on the thirsty land and streams on the dry land. I will pour out my spirit on your offspring and my blessings on your descendants. They will spring up like grass in the meadow, like poplar trees by flowing streams. Some will say, I belong to the Lord. Others will call themselves by the name of Jacob. Still others will write on their hand the Lord's and will take the name Israel. Okay. So it's just mad. The book of Isaiah is the 22nd book in the Bible. All right. So it's hitting on fours. And Isaiah 22:22 is powerful. You know what I'm saying? That's the master key, they say, some say, of the entire book. So go in there, familiarize yourself with some of these 44s. Like I said, the sayings that have been documented by 44 are so instrumental and monumental within themselves, you can skip everything else and just deal with that. You know, I am the first and the last. There is no other God who is like me. Let him step forward and prove to you his power. Like he pimping. He like, bitch. What other pimp you know like me, huh? So, God is on his shit. And you can find evidence of that all throughout the 44 chapters. All right. Fear not, nor be afraid. Have I not told you from old and declared it? You are my witnesses. Is there a God besides me? Yes. There is no rock. I know not any. All right. I have swept away your offenses like a cloud, your sins like the morning mist. Return to me, for I have redeemed you. Okay? So, this is dealing with that Isaiah 22nd, 22. And the key of the house of David will I lay upon his shoulder. So he shall open and none shall shut. And he shall shut and none shall open. Okay? We ain't gonna start decoding all of that right now. Okay? But you might want to look that up yourself. We'll do it at another time. We're going to have 44 church on one of these Sundays. Or maybe make it a Monday or something. Yeah, Isaiah Thomas was also, when he was going off that week, he was named the player of the week with another 44 resonator, Russell Westbrook. Not only does he have the 44 on his Instagram handle, Russ West 44, but he registers 44s frequently, and one of the main milestones this year of his 44 entries was 44 career triple doubles. You know what I'm saying? Him and LeBron hit it around the same time, so they had to pay homage, especially to this dude King James. King James equals 44 in Gematria, and he's all the way 44 live. We'll get into that. All right. So even caught him here paying homage to Oklahoma State's Owen Fields. He's at the Owen Fields Stadium. All right, paying homage to Brian Bosworth. All right, number 44 from the Oklahoma team. Okay. So this is more 44 stars in the NBA. All right. Kaminsky. All right. A 44 player from Wisconsin in his final game, all right, which came on the blood moon, which hit on April 4th on his born day. All right. He came to life. He came to life in that game. You know what I'm saying? He did his thing. And the Wisconsin connection is very interesting that we're going to get into. Like I said, here goes Solomon Hill, all right, when he came to the Pacers and they adorned him with that good 44 jersey. This isn't going to get as much attention as Paul George switching to number 13, but apparently they are not done yet playing musical numbers in Indiana. Solomon Hill, who plays as number 9 last season, is switching to number 44. Reports Scott Agnes of Vigilant Sports. He's switching to the same number he wore in college at Arizona. All right. So I just found it very interesting that on the hill of Solomon is where the temple is built, with the twin pillars that adorn the portico, Boaz and Joachim, of which we're going to get into as well in a little while. All right. So these were some more monumental 44 moments in last season's NBA, NBA season, or what have you. All right. James Harden was racking them up back to back as well. Well, this is in the 2014 season. This wasn't last season. This is the season before that. All right. This was last season. Okay. No, this was in 2015. My apologies. I be getting my seasons mixed up. If winning in numbers matter, then Nikola Mirotic is the rookie of the year. Okay. This was the 44th season of last year in the NBA. All right, dealing with the Golden State Warriors when they matched the Bulls with their 44th straight home win. Okay. Did it over Oklahoma. It was so impressionable, I guess, that dude figured that he had to join them. That's a whole nother story. All right. Warriors beat NBA record 44 straight home wins. Stephen Curry calls 44 as record-breaking. Golden State remains perfect. All right. And this also, Stephen Curry at the time being the $44 million man. He had a $44 million contract, of which this is the 4th year in his contract. He was in the headlines recently, leading into that rematch that they had with the Cavs during all that 44 energy that was going on. All right, dealing with Martin Luther King's weekend, MLK, the 44 Resonators birthday anniversary weekend. All right, dealing with the inauguration as well. So LeBron James signed to Nike for a lifetime contract in their 44th year of existence. All right. Every time he puts them 44s up, of course, SportsCenter loves paying him homage. All right. Despite 44 by LeBron James, Warriors beat Cavaliers in OT. Remember, that was the first game of the first series that they played. They played 2 series back to back. Warriors won one. The won the other. The Cavaliers, Cavs. All right, last year or last season. But remember that first game, all right, when LeBron had to pull 44 out, but they still lost. All right. I don't know if everyone knows, but this is a point worth going over, the fact that Steph Curry and LeBron was born in the same hospital in Akron, Ohio, the home of the Giants. All right. And the day that LeBron sealed it all up for the Cavs, all right, and won at home, that was the born day of the actual quote-unquote King James, all right, the person who's accredited with putting together the King James Bible. Okay. And if you see up here all of these connections with King James and the 44s, it all registers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, and this happened right before the president left out. Obama, for that matter, he had Steph Curry paid homage to him with the 44s on the sneaker and what have you. And during the Warriors' 44th game, when Curry returned back to coach after his absence, is when they visited the White House to give him his 44 jersey, of course. Okay. Now, there's also been other basketball stars who have adorned the 44 jersey that has put that number into infamy. And one of them is the Hall of Fame player Pete Maravich, who we call Pistol Pete. All right. And he played for the Hawks. He played for Atlanta. They're going to be retiring his jersey in March, okay, at a ceremony at the Phillips Arena, interestingly enough. All right, that's my dude right there. That's the Iceman, George Gervin, another 44 legend. All right, so this connection that we see between the number 44 and the city of Atlanta is not one that we can ignore, because it doesn't only just register in by way of the NBA, and it only doesn't just register in by way of the NFL. You know what I'm saying? With their breakout player Vic Beasley, okay, who many people, or who the statisticians are saying has a very good job of pulling away with the MVP award after the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? Becoming the MVP of the Super Bowl. So we also, take note that Hank Aaron, was an unparalleled legend in that town. You know what I'm saying? That the 44s registered pretty heavy for him, when he adorned that uniform. Georgia within itself, when we look at the gematria of the city, Georgia itself registers as one out of the 2 states that equal 44 in gematria. Is Wisconsin and it's Georgia.
but Atlanta more specific with their area code of 404, they double tie into that energy. You know what I'm saying? The fact that that number 44 is embossed on quote unquote black people by their association with the first quote unquote black president, Barack Hussein Obama, and we think about 44, we think about 8. 8 is the color of black, is the color of Saturn, is the color of death. You know what I'm saying? It's associated with that brand that our people identify themselves with. And by the way, your president said your ass ain't black no more. You African American. Fall in line. All right? Go get you some paperwork and fix that shit. Boy, oh boy. So, at the beginning of this administration's, the inauguration, you know what I'm saying, all of this stuff pops off. This is the weekend, okay? The they were inaugurated on the cusp of Aquarius, of which you see in the lower right hand corner, all right, Kabbalistically equals the number 44, all right, and also on the day after, okay, the dawning of that new day, all right, when Aquarius was coming in, the moon in psychic Scorpio connects with power planet Pluto in Capricorn at 4:44 a.m., encouraging us to get real about our feelings. All right. So the moon at 4:44 a.m. was moving into Scorpio. All right, connecting Pluto and Capricorn during a time when women in the multitudes were showing up to Washington, D.C. to express themselves, to be very expressive, to emote, okay? To go into their bag, and at the same time they were being shadowed as well by the 44-year anniversary of Roe versus Wade, which will hit the next weekend, all right? Celebrating or acknowledging or commemorating 44 years of legal abortion. That's a whole nother story, all right? So what exactly does Aquarius speak to? What are the attributes of it? How can we identify the fact that it came ushering in? What are the signals? Okay. The 11th sign of the zodiac is Aquarius. It is represented by the water bearer. Aquarius is the sign of the future, and the water bearer reflects the idealism of the new life the future promises. Don't expect an Aquarian to follow the crowd. They are individuals who like to do their own thing, and they enjoy being different. Yada, yada, yada. Cool. All right. But if Aquarius represents the future, if it's the pillars, if it's the gateway, and in comes this Gemini, which is the pillar, you know what I'm saying, who is a twin, right? If Don Juan Trump is being ushered in or inaugurated at the gateway, and on the other side of the gateway, you see the future, because it doesn't just represent future by way of Aquarius. If he is to sit in that seat for 4 years, then, successfully, then he is the president of the future. He's taking us into 2020. That number, that year within itself symbolizes future. Same way that 2012 symbolized something. Same way that the year 2000 symbolized something in our psyche. 2020 is something that we've been prepared for. All of our lives, we've been prepped for this. We've been primed for it, should I say. You have to have clear vision. What is your vision of 2020? What does it look like? Okay? Melanated man, are you cosmic by 2020? All right? Not only do you have global alliances, do you have galactic ones by 2020? You feel me? What does it look like? Do you have a plan? Do you have a draft, an outline, anything? God damn it. So, this is the type of energy that was ushered into this planet, you know what I'm saying, with the inauguration of this president. Okay? This whole aspect of revolution and patriotism, you know what I'm saying, and nationalism, this conversation is at the forefront, and it wouldn't pretty much be mindful to ignore it, at this particular, it's at a fever pitch, not only can you turn your TV on and hear it, I'm hearing murmurs in the subways and the streets of New York, as I walk around. People are in fear. They're scared to death of the uncertainty that comes with the fact that when they open up their newspaper, they're reading about leaks coming out of the White House, and people are saying that it's been a very unstable 2 weeks from the inside. I mean, outside, you can look and see the chaos. But people from the inside are saying this shit is unlike anything that they've ever expected. Okay? So, what aspects of revolution are being spoken of, in this particular country? Or does his presidency within itself represent a revolution to the establishment? An upending of it, Again, for those that have been wanting to see the demise of certain things for so long in this country, you would think that those people would be rejoicing, that those people were able to put what they're seeing in perspective. But even those people don't seem to have the answers. All right. So in this whole aspect of us speaking about the twinning, we say that presidential politics, or whoever is sitting in that center seat, that Oval Office, in that 10 by 10 square that's known as the District of Columbia, whoever's sitting in that particular that point of reference, all right, that we call the White House, that energy is permeating through the rest of this union, and is being amplified by that Washington Monument, and there's an energy or the atmosphere that the rest of this country takes on is connected to whoever's in that seat. All right. And not only are we living in the age of the asshole, the age of arrogance, the age of narcissism, but as a Gemini, in the words of Ben Carson, there's 2 Donald Trumps. All right. So the twinning energy is pretty strong, but it was strong even before he got there, by way of this person on the screen in particular, and a lot of the rituals that she set forth and participated in these major sporting events, or these Big Ten events that have millions of plus of people, right, collectively contributing their mind space and their energy to. That's an opportunity quantumly to get some things done. You feel me? So through symbolism and motif, she has been enacting twin energy for some time now. So for me to see it manifest in this particular form, I'm not surprised. True story. A day prior to this news breaking, I'm coming back from Virginia, right, from the Virgin. And she's a Virgo. Shout out to the Virgos out there. We see y'all. All right. Born on the 4th as well. So I'm coming back from Virginia. We got the radio on in the car playing that golden era hip hop. You know what I'm saying? Not that native tongue shit. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about that Jigga Man from the 90s, that Siegel. Okay? Rockefeller was Rockefeller. Okay? That good hip hop. That shit that still made your neck snap. You feel me? Nasir Jones during them eras, them times. And I'm like, damn, like, Jay had a fascination in his earlier music with children, in particular, daughters. You know what I'm saying? He always spoke about it very ominously, though. Like, it's almost as if it was going to be a curse on him, but one that he couldn't escape. He was very clear about that. And hearing him in his music, I was like, damn, like, homie's kind of like due for some more C's. Like, Beyonce's missing all the layups. Like, some got to hit the net at some point. So, and I didn't voice that. And if I was like a schizophrenic ass nigga out here, I would go straight to the internet and put in y'all guys as legends. Shout out to y'all. The people that they letting you into everything that goes on in their mind and they in their Facebook status or their IG posts. Yeah, they the legends. You know what I'm saying? Because they have a better chance at their prophecy being cataloged and and dialogued about later on and what have you. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't speak on it. I contained it. I didn't even share it with the person that I was in the car with. I just spoke to myself. And I was like, that's deep. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's really going on there. I know she was catching a lot of flack last time she had to see. They were saying that she had this shit in the, she had it incubated or something. She was a surrogate mom, some craziness. I heard all the conspiracies. I even seen some of the proof. And, it made for a juicy conspiracy. You know what I mean? But I don't know I don't know the real. It's an alt truth. We'll just leave it at that. Okay? So, yes, she announces her pregnancy with twins. Very cute. Okay? But like I said, she was responsible for a lot of the twin energy that's permeated by way of her and her performances, in particular the Super Bowl one. So we're gonna get into that. Okay. When I track these blood moons and I tell the very long story that I talk about dealing with what the melanated image went through under the 4 Tesseracts, the blood moons, starting from April 15th, 2014. You know what I'm saying? It was brutal. Most of it was front page TMZ. It was very systematic what our image went through as a people globally. We weren't recognizing what it was because we didn't have our finger on the tab, but I did, because I was tracking these moons and I was tracking what was said about these moons prior to the moons coming in. So I'm like, let's see how this shit plays out. So it was just wall to wall. Before the moons came, though, the big story at that time, you know what I'm saying, it even made the front page of the papers out here in New York City. They pictured Jigga Man courtside, you know what I'm saying, on April 6th, I believe. This was the weekend right after whatever the Final Four games was at, which were a 44 fiasco within itself. I think with the Kentucky game or something like that. But Jigga Man was courtside at the Nets game, and he had a 5% chain on. You know what I'm saying? He had a flag on, and they would start running all of these articles talking about, is Jay-Z part of is he a black supremacist? Is he racist? Is he part of the 5%ers? And, this conversation permeated the news for a little while, until some other things replaced it. And the blood moon hit not too long after that. And like I said, we just saw a very well executed, systematic attack on the image of the black man globally. All right. So we're going to get into some proof of that. But before that, we just want to run through the connections that both of these artists have with the number 4. They're very famous for them paying homage to this number and doing certain things that signal to me that they know exactly what the fuck they doing. Okay? A brief history of Jay-Z and Beyonce's fascination with the number 4. Today's the 4th of April, which means it's Jay-Z and Beyonce's anniversary. For those who don't know, the number 4 has a lot of significance to the power couple. All right. In the song 44 by Jay-Z, he rhymes the words 4, 4, and 4 44 times. This song is a follow-up from the song 22 Twos. All right. I don't have the whole list of the 4s and shit. They was both born on 4. They got married on 4/4. They tattooed 4 around their ring fingers. Her album, she had an album named 4. He had a song named 44 Fours. It goes on and on. They named their baby Blue Ivy. Those are Ivy's Roman numerals for 4. It's continuous. It's ongoing. It goes on and on and on and on. He got the 40/40. Yeah. So when we see them even get together for their joint ventures, you know what I'm saying? They had the tour. I forgot what the tour was called. Help me with this, y'all. But they did a joint tour not too long ago, and people were complaining, saying that the tickets were skyrocketing, and you know what I'm saying, they had to pay a ransom to go and see them. So they said that their tickets were 44% more expensive than individual tours. You know, what a way to price your tickets to hit a number. Whew. All right. Beyonce Ivy Park Range made workers earning just 44 P's an hour. I don't know what that is. I don't know what a P is. But that's international commerce. I think this might be coming out of a paper in Europe, Australia, something like that. All right. Pounds. It got to be, right? 44 pounds an hour. Okay. This was her verbiage about the injustices were taking place because she politicized herself, you know what I'm saying, under these blood moons. It started going in her bag. So this is what was either written by her or written on behalf for her. We are sick and tired of the killings of young men and women in our communities. It is up to us to take a stand and demand that they stop killing us. We don't need sympathy. We need everyone to respect our lives. We're going to stand up as a community and fight against anyone who believes that murder or any other violent action by those who are sworn to protect us should consistently go unpunished. These robberies of lives make us feel helpless and hopeless, but we have to believe that we are fighting for the rights of the next generation, for the next young men and women who believe in good. This is a human fight. No matter your race, gender, or sexual orientation, this is a fight for anyone who feels marginalized, who is struggling for freedom and human rights. This is not a plea to all police officers, but towards any human being who fails to value life. The war on people of color and all minorities needs to be over. Fear is not an excuse. Hate will not win. We all have the power to channel our anger and frustrations into action. We must use our voices to contact the politicians and legislators in our districts and demand social and judicial changes. While we pray for the families of Alton Sterling and Philando Castile, we will also pray for an end to this plague of injustice in our communities. Click in to contact the politicians and legislators in your area. Your voice will be heard. Beyonce. All right, give it up for Queen B. Like I said, she started going in her bag. That's what people have been asking of her, right? What more do you want? So, this was the day that Blue Ivy was born into the world. Okay, Saturday's Powerball jackpot. All right, there was the drawing was going down on this particular day. This was the Saturday. She was born on a Saturday. All right, so during this Saturday, the Powerball was estimated at $44 million. And for the astrologers that I know, the cosmophysicians that looked at the chart of Blue Ivy, they said that was a jackpot. You know, they said it almost like that was a designer baby. You know what I'm saying? She was perfectly crafted. You know, she has some very interesting things going on in her chart. So even when we look at Powerball itself, Powerball is an American lottery game sold in 44 jurisdictions and as a shared organization formed by an agreement with lotteries. So the game that's played in 44 jurisdictions was actually $44 million on the day that Blue Ivy came into this world. That's interesting. Formation. Y'all don't see the 4 in the beginning of it because y'all don't know what y'all looking at. They want them to get in formation. Who was she talking to? What was she talking about? Okay. Well, the day that she started talking itself equaled 44. So the day that this video was released, 2/6/2016, if you add all of it up, it equals 44. Same way if you add up tomorrow for the game, it equals 44. All right. So we did the gematria of formation. We also did the gematria of witchcraft. And both of these numbers came out together. I mean, she was in New Orleans going in. What was we supposed to do? Now look it up. Now see it for what it was. So, you know, again, she's going in her bag. She's playing for a team. What team she playing for? Huh? Who knows? All right. So we saw her up there, you know what I'm saying? Resplendent with the motifs. Channeling my dude, MJ. Bringing that motherfucking energy back onto the planet. It's necessary and needed right now. Right? Especially if you're going to call upon the legions. Interesting. All right. Anybody out there, y'all remember that video she was in with Lady Gaga? I think it was called Phone Call or Phone Something, right? And it was dealing with image of, they had Tyrese in there, and Gaga was giving him poison to kill him. That was Tyrese playing the same character that he played in Legions, the movie about Michael that came right after he made transition. It was about the Archangel Michael coming back to do battle with the forces of evil. So check that video out. That video is key, especially with this Gaga performance coming up tomorrow. All right, where she's always represented. I don't want to hear no bullshit. So, you know, this was the motifs that she was striking in this very controversial, critically acclaimed video that she came out with, which would signal the coming of Lemonade, but it also was on the dawn of her Super Bowl performance, right? This one twinned or connected to the one in 2012 that she did in Louisiana, okay, in New Orleans, all right? The Saints, the winners of the 44th Super Bowl, all right? So, before we get into her performance, let's take a look at what some of the fans, American fans, say about the Super Bowl, right? Are there any evidence, or do fans believe that there are any supernatural occurrences or hands involved with the Super Bowl? What role does the supernatural plays in sports? Half of sport fans see some aspect of the supernatural at play in sports, meaning they either pray to God to help their team, have thought their team was cursed at some point in time, or believe that God plays a role in determining the outcome of sporting events. Shout out to Lil B, the bass god. You know what I'm saying? He got his predictions and his curses and shit like that, right? According to y'all, he's been responsible for some outcomes. So if he could do it, goddamn it, why can't God do it? All right? So these are the percentages of people that actually believe that supernatural is at play in sports. All right. 1 in 4 Americans who report being a fan of a particular team believe that their team has been cursed at some point in time. Okay. As the 2014 Super Bowl approaches, half of all sports fans see some aspect of the supernatural at play in sports, meaning they either pray to God to help their team, have thought their team was cursed. I just read that, right? Yes, I did. What am I doing? All right. So, roughly 1 in 5 sports fans, 19%, and similar number of Americans overall, 22%, believe God plays a role in determining the outcomes of sporting events. White non-Hispanic sport fans, 12%, are less likely than non-white sports fans, 30%, to believe that God plays a role in determining winners and losers in sports contests. Of fans who believe that God plays a role in determining outcomes, a majority, 52%, say that they have prayed to God to help their team. Whew. What did I tell you? God on the field, percentage who agree. God rewards athletes who have faith with good health and success. All right? So all Americans believe that if you're a good Christian boy, all right, and you say all of your prayers and your amens, nigga, then they believe that you are being blessed, or you should be blessed, you know what I'm saying, by God. God plays a role in determining which team wins a sporting event. 27% of Americans believe that. All right. Minority Christian, all right, believe that, that's interesting. The minority Christians believe that, God rewards athletes who have good. See some good niggas. Some good niggas. All right. White evangelical, Catholic, white mainline Protestant, unaffiliated, Southern niggas, Midwestern, West, Northeast. All right. Northeast coming in at 44%. So Michael Jackson is literally created, or credited, should I say, with creating the modern halftime show. Until the King of Pop was launched onto the stage midway through the Dallas Cowboys' 1993 contest against the Buffalo Bills, the Super Bowl halftime show was no big deal. But Jackson's soaring performance at Super Bowl 28, completely reinvented the gig as a mid-game mini concert, setting the all right. So this is getting into, the Jacksons had a very powerful effect on this the biggest show on earth. You know what I'm saying? They had the pluses and the cons. He inaugurated it, and his sister almost had the opportunity of shutting it down. All right, but not only did so much come out of the they say even in tragedy, the opportunity for something miraculous to be born is always present. So the advent of the catastrophe or the debacle that was centered around Nipplegate, YouTube was born, all right, of which we are on right now speaking to you. So shout out to Janet Jackson's nipple, all right, and let's read about it. Across the web, the moment went viral back when that phenomenon was still somewhat novel. Facebook was launched 3 days after the halftime show. So this was around the time when all of this started popping. Janet Jackson became the most searched term in image in internet history. And we put TiVo on the map, says NTV producer Coletti. TiVo enrolled 35,000 new customers in the aftermath of Nipplegate. So TiVo was born out of it. All right, Facebook was born around it. When Coletti was having trouble with his service, he let slip to a customer service rep that he was the guy who produced the Super Bowl halftime show. TiVo gave him lifetime service and a special number to call in case he had any trouble. While a wardrobe malfunction is highly unlikely at today's game, although the children's children will never need to dig up an actual time capsule to find out about the wardrobe malfunction, and as soon as they hear about the time Janet Jackson's breast was exposed on live TV, they'll watch it online. And the reason they'll watch it online is that in 2004, Jawed Karim, then a 24-year-old Silicon Valley whiz kid, decided he wanted to make it easier to find a Jackson clip and other in-demand videos. A year later, he and a couple of friends founded YouTube, the largest video sharing site of all time. Okay? The year was 2004. The New England Patriots were halfway to a 32-29 victory of the Carolina Panthers when Janet Jackson took the stage with Diddy, Nelly, Kid Rock, and Justin Timberlake. A very 2004 assemblage of artists indeed. After knocking through hits like All For You, Timberlake and Jackson duetted on one of his first post-NSYNC singles, Rock Your Body. You know what happened next. The nip slip, though brief, had an outsized cultural impact, creating the term wardrobe malfunction, inspiring the invention of YouTube, and influencing everything from television censorship to the 2004 presidential elections. And while it didn't really hurt Timberland's career, it unfairly squashed Jackson's. Okay? Call it Beyonce if you nasty. Okay? So, we already see, right, whether purposeful or unpurposeful, we see the ritual nature of these halftime shows. You know what I'm saying? What has taken place at these halftime shows has spawned a lot of different things. Okay? A lot of energy has been released. And if you could see this sun motif on the right breast, all right, the sun suckling on the breast, this is a Haru motif. This is all set. All right. Debuting her role as Dirty Diana. I don't know what what Janet Jackson's alter ego was called and shit. You know what I'm saying? We know that Beyonce got Sasha Fierce. You know, so Janet Jackson is Miss Jackson, right? If you nasty, yeah, that was Miss Jackson. So that was the Dirty Diana version of Janet. Yeah, she made a debut that day, and she lactated the fucking planet with that nipple. Okay? And as a result, like I said, a lot of different things popped off. But these halftime shows have always been ritualistic in nature. they've always been conveyors of some sort of message, you know what I'm saying, worked by way of the arts, as well as the game that's being played is always telling the cosmological story about forces that are at, should I say, competition in this universe. All right. So, like I said, this 2004 one, this was the Bush year. This was the Bush re-election. You know, when he was going up against Kerry and this other 4 resonator, November 4th, P. Diddy. You know, this is the year that Barack Obama cut his teeth, you know what I'm saying, as a senator from Illinois at the Democratic National Convention, you know, with his almost 44-minute speech. And like I said, this is when the Vote to Die campaign started and everything, and they were trying to influence presidential politics, but I don't know, somehow Bush got up in there again. I don't remember whether that was the hanging Chad scam or the voter, whatever they scammed that year to get that dude back up in there. They did that, you know what I'm saying? So, and then Katrina followed, and then that ties directly into what we're looking at here today with Beyonce and the energy that she's responsible for bringing forth by way of her appearances. You know, of course, if we're talking about the fact that we're establishing the fact that these Super Bowls, especially the halftimes, deal with symbolism, and people are like, well, you're just reaching too far. There's no symbolism at these Super Bowls. You're just going in your bag unnecessarily. You know, you guys have nothing better to do. So if we are doubters that these Super Bowl shows implore some sort of symbolism, we could just look at last year's performance and the fact that she symbolically tied her performance into the 50-year anniversary of the Panthers, okay, who originate out of the Bay Area by way of Oakland, all right? So she dressed up, her and her dancers, and they came out and they performed, at that time, the heavily critically acclaimed single Formation, you know what I'm saying, where she was instructing the ladies to get in formation. All right. And we already gave you the numbers on that, so you already know what that's about. All right. How soon we forget. So she was joined on the stage by a gentleman who was present at the Super Bowl halftime the year prior to that, Bruno Mars. You know, that was the Super Bowl where you had our dude Marshawn Lynch, the Mars Energy, born on April 22nd, the cusp of Aries and Taurus, right? Popularizing Skittles, you know, the candy that was also popularized during the Trayvon murders, you know, the candy that's owned by the Mars Corporation, all right? So you got the Bruno Mars, you got Chris Martin, you know, resonating with that Mars energy as well. And he's a British icon. I made a comment about him on my last webinar, and I got cleaned up in my inbox from some UK folk. They said that brother's special, you know, to people across the pond, and you know he's iconic or what have you. I could dig it. So, you know, he got that Christ, that Chris aspect. He got that Martin aspect as well. You know what I'm saying? He fits into that 44 resonance. All right. But also Beyonce had a very big year last year with her performances and her appearances, her strategic sorcery that she went about doing. Salute to her for that, you know. So this was at the BET Awards. This is how she opened up the show. All right. Coming out of the waters of noon, feathered, you know, emanating, whether it was Ma'at that she was embodying or Set or Isis for that matter. You know, she was on one, and she opened up the way for our brother Kendrick, who came out in his green, coming out of the ground as well. Lord of the Underworld, representing that Asaurian energy, you know what I'm saying, dealing with these elements, water, the fire, the air, the earth, all right? Performing their song Freedom, opening up, you know, and eventually opening the way for the borning of a new star, a Haru, that comes forth. Jesse Williams, who spoke very eloquently about the injustices that were taking place in this country. We don't talk about those as much anymore post-Trump. It's almost as if people forgot. But in a time not too long ago, y'all, just in case you want to be reminded, our babies was getting killed in the streets and nobody was being brought to justice. And, black folks was doing a lot of talking and not enough action. You know what I'm saying? And then this individual came forward and he captured the attention of the country collectively by eloquent speech. You know what I'm saying? And a level of passion in that speech where he was digging in. He gave up a lot of quotables and he was speaking to his uncle, just like in the symbolism, the symbolic battle of Set, when Set goes to war with his uncle. Who's his uncle? He got a white mama. So his uncle, goddamn it, is her brother, who he gonna know better than you do just because you work with him. You don't know him. He know him. He been at the dinner table with him long enough where he knows who these people are. You feel me? So he got a different way of digging into their chest because that's family that he's speaking to. All right? So we bore witness to that. We seen all that. You know what I'm saying? We seen all that transpire. It took place. And as a result, we started seeing things take place. I don't know, again, if you don't got your finger on the pulse or what have you, really don't know what you're looking for or what you're looking at. But a lot of different political prisoners associated with the Panthers started getting released during these times. You know what I'm saying? In particular, the conversation started about Mutulu coming home. This was a few days afterwards, after her performance, after people put their attention on the Panthers and the legacy of the Panthers and maybe the injustices that have transpired thus far, because we seem to have forgotten about the people that stood on those front lines for us. We've almost had a 40-year amnesia as we go into different things, but there are still people that are languishing in these prisons, political prisoners, prisoners of war that stood at the forefront and spoke for the people. Those people have been forgotten. So, our brother Mutulu Shakur, Tupac's stepfather, he was supposed to be released, and then they kind of started reneging on that, scaling it back, you know what I mean? But I still found it interesting that all of this was going on during the conversation centered around the Black Panthers. All right. And we take a look at Pac, because Pac has some interesting things happen as well for him last year during his 44th birthday. When we look at his last album, which is All Eyes on Me, we see that it was released on the day with 44 Energy. Okay. So 213, which is February 13th, is the 44th day of the year. You know what I'm saying? And this is when he got a chance to release his last album before his untimely demise. All right. When we look at the untimely demise of his matriarch, his Umi, his mother, Afeni Shakur, shout out to her. Please, we need to do more to bring light to the giant that this lady was. She was the queen mother for real. You know what I'm saying? She made transition 44 days before Pac's 44th birthday. So on his 44th birthday, 44 days before his 45th birthday, Afeni Shakur made transition. Ironically enough, this was also on the same day of birth of Machiavelli, who Pac names his posthumous album after Machiavelli, the Don Illuminati, okay, with the 7-Day Theory. All right. On Pac's 44th birthday, again, paying homage to his West Coast roots. All right. The Golden State Warriors won their championship, okay, against the Cavs. They won that on Pac's born day, on his 44th born day. All right. But back to Beyonce and them and these halftime rituals that take place at these Super Bowls. So we seen our sister come out during the New Orleans Super Bowl, all right, in 2012, and channel Sasha Fierce. It's where she officially made her induction into the psyche of the world about this twin that she had living inside of her that had to get out. You know what I'm saying? So Sasha Fierce came forward, you know, in other Super Bowls, on other halftime stages, we've seen other priestesses come forth and do their magic. All right. Madonna being one of the most prevalent witches in the industry who came forward with her magic during these halftime shows. All right. And of course, like I said, Sasha Fierce was fierce during that Super Bowl. Katy Perry, you know, Bruno Mars. All right. Like I said, during this whole Marshawn wave, the 42 degrees of the rainbow. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, this is just detailing some of the 44s that led up to that Super Bowl. You know what I mean? When they threw the game at the last second and denied his brother the glory, you know, of becoming a icon for these children out here. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't let him get that. All right. So this was an epic game that they had to beat Green Bay, the other 44 resonator team, to get into the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? They got 2 touchdowns in 44 seconds. Seattle did during the ending of this game. You know, and they snatched it from them. They snatched it from the jaws of victory. They snatched the victories from them. All right. So like I said, here go your 50-yard lines separated by your 4s. You know, 22 players on the field. Yada, yada, yada. You know what time it is. All right. Your NFL commissioner, Robert Goodell, he's a $44 million man. All right. He's been a $44 million man for a while now. So let's take a look at some of the Super Bowls of past that we can speak with authority about to identify the fact that utilizing this pattern that we're going to be utilizing for tomorrow's game, we have been dead on. All right. So this particular Super Bowl here, when the Giants beat the Patriots, all right, this Super Bowl was won by an individual named Ahmad Bradshaw. Okay. So we're going to look at Ahmad real quick. He's from Bluefield, Virginia. All right. And he's a legend. You know, not too many people know too many things about him. I don't think it's necessary, like, to read all of his stats and shit. You feel me? You want to know more about him, do your research. He's number 44 on the Giants, so he was at that time Ahmad Bradshaw, and he's credited with the game-winning touchdown, of which he was not authorized to do. All right? He said something turned him around and put him into the end zone. Okay? So, like, I'm here right now doing the pre-Super Bowl game with you, all right? In 2012, me and Noble and Pooh, right? Shout out to the priesthood. We did a pre-Super Bowl game the day of the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? And I was following up with my 44 predictions during that time because for that entire season, I had been telling people the Giants were going to go. And people didn't believe in the Giants because, like I said, people are tied into their beliefs and what their feelings of these teams are. These niggas think because they got the fucking jersey that they belong to a team. That's not your team, homie. All right? Even if you played on the team, goddammit, that ain't your team. That's the owner's team. The team belongs to the league. And the league belongs to God. Okay? Or whoever's up there, you know, playing Geppetto. Just the puppet master. All right? So you don't got no goddamn team. I don't give a fuck what city you live in. There's no allegiance to no teams. These teams are playing out a whole nother script. They don't got nothing to do with your feelings or the fact that you got all that paraphernalia from that team at home and you think that's your team. Fuck your team. All right? That's not what this is about. So we made a prediction right before the game. I said the game is going to be won by number 44 and they're going to win by 4 points. Now that's documented. And the people that were present that heard it, they know about it. And the people that heard about it afterwards, they know about it. All right. So we predicted that game and I was following a particular metric and it didn't let me down. And the very first time that I utilized this metric was when I was looking at the Green Bay versus Steelers game. I think that might have been the Super Bowl before that. And everybody thought the Steelers were going to take it. And I said, no, Green Bay will. And Green Bay took it. All right. And again, like I said, I was utilizing the same metric. That particular metric has just gotten better with time. All right. So let's get into it. All right. So Ahmed Bradshaw. As I took the handoff, Eli was saying, early this morning, New York Giants running back Ahmad Bradshaw explained what happened when the Red Sea parted during the game-winning touchdown. All right. During the timeout before first down with a minute and 4 seconds remaining, New England head coach Bill Belichick told the defense to allow the Giants to score a touchdown in order to give Tom Brady a chance to lead a game-winning touchdown drive. Bradshaw admitted on ESPN radio that he was oblivious to the idea. I wasn't aware of it. Nothing was said in the huddle about not scoring, said Bradshaw. Eli Manning must have noticed something. However, Bradshaw candidly said, as I was taking the handoff, he was saying, don't score, don't score. I heard him, but it didn't register until the 2-yard line, 1-yard line. Think about that, folks. In the heat of the moment, in the middle of the play, Manning was saying, don't score, don't score. Obviously, Eli must have seen something at the moment of the snap that tipped the Patriots' plans. Bradshaw has some high praise for Manning. Of the 2-time Super Bowl MVP, Bradshaw said he's the smartest guy I've seen on the football field. He's so ready for that point, for that situation. He's so calm. Now that's some awesome stuff. I couldn't be happier for my high school quarterback. The scene was surreal. The Giants had just taken a 21-17 lead in the Super Bowl, and no one was celebrating. Bradshaw did not even know whether to spike the ball. It was a little strange, offensive lineman Kevin Booth said. It was definitely weird, running back Brandon Jacobs said. It wasn't exactly what we're looking for, tight end Bear Pasco said, but it worked out great. The reason for the incongruous sequence was simple. The Giants were concerned about leaving the Patriots, who had quarterback Tom Brady in one timeout, too much time to score a decisive touchdown. Yada, 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 whatever. All right. After the Giants' real touchdown, debates on the strategy. Okay. So they keep going through this about him scoring. He wasn't supposed to score. What did the Giants do to pay homage to somebody who had just brought a championship home to the city? They traded his ass. All right. He got a little injury, had to sit down for a second. When he came back, they packed him up and they sent him to the Colts. All right. He threw that 44 on the Colts, and a lot of shit started happening on the Colts. There was resonating that 44 energy. You know what I'm saying? Andrew Luck got a 44, fully guaranteed that signing. You know, Adam Vinatieri finally misses a field goal, breaking NFL record straight of 44. You know what I'm saying? The Vinatieri dude who broke the record straight, he celebrates the 44th birthday. He's the oldest player on the NFL. The NFL's oldest player turned 44 on Wednesday, matching his league record streak of consecutive field goals made completed early this season. Okay? Colts punter Pat McAfee celebrates 44-yard punt with a dance. All right? So when Ahmad Bradshaw bought that 44 there, it was resonating for real. I thought this was interesting that even in my Law 44 Pantheon, I have a system called the Three Kings, of which Martin Luther King murdered on 4-4, Biggie Smalls kicking in the door, waving the 4-4, and Barack Hussein Obama, the 44th president, are all connected under what I call the Three Kings Pantheon. But I had seen this was interesting with Fabulous. He got a Three Kings coat drive that had Robinson Kano, you know, a brother signed to the 44 Resonator, Jay-Z's Rock Nation Management. And then, of course, you got Ahmad Bradshaw at number 44. So that was just interesting. All right. And these are all the 44s and the 4s that were following Eli Manning, okay, leading up to this game. All right. We had to do the knowledge to each one of these stars and how they resonated with the energy of the 4s. And this guy definitely was resonating very strongly. And these games that they played, New York in particular, that they were playing against the Patriots were shadowing or mirroring the energy of the presidential elections at the time. All right. The Patriots are very much that of what is considered, quote unquote, America's team. You know, the Cowboys might have been for the 90s. Okay. But we live in a post 9/11 world. So the fucking politics is different. You know what I'm saying? The politics are totally different. And the people that's in charge, the players, are different as well. So I don't really know if that Dallas Cowboys shit, that's like, you know, the Cowboys was fucking Reagan. These are the Patriots. These niggas different. All right. This game seems to be a pretext for the 2012 re-election campaign by number 44 Obama, who was considered the underdog, just like he was in 2008 when he stunned the senator from Arizona. His rematch would be the ex-governor from Massachusetts. You know what I'm saying? And these are the games that they were losing. You know, New York is historically Democratic. You know what I'm saying? Even the team, the Giants, you know, they're blue before they're red. They're the big blue. You know, they would resonate more so with the Democratic spirit than, say, the Patriots would always. They're blue-blooded, but they're fucking Republicans. Like, if you're going to look at a team and put a political affiliation to them, you know, you're not going to look at the Patriots and say, oh, that's a Democrat team. That's a Republican team. They're red-blooded. They're blue-blooded and red-blooded, interestingly enough, but they do not make purple like Prince. Okay? Even though, again, the whole aspect of New England is a connection to the royalty aspect of, you know, this country still being lorded over by the Queen. All right? So this was the first game that they played when Plaxico became a legend. Okay? Right? And this is where the super catch came from. They be talking about Odell Beckham and shit like that, but they don't even be talking about David Tyree's remarkable fourth quarter catch. All right? Super Bowl 42. During the fourth quarter, the Giants were at their 44th line. It was 3rd and 5th, and Eli Manning shook a tackle and made a magical pass to number 85, Michael Tyree, setting up a 13-yard pass to number 17, Plaxico Burress, with 35 seconds to win it all. So this was all 4s and 8s, 4s and 8s, 4s and 8s, 4s and 8s. You know? All right. So we jump out of that particular competition and we go to the one that made Kaepernick a legend. Okay? Once he twinned the energy and clipped the eagle, then it was destined he would defeat the Falcons. This is the breakdown, the Kaepernick breakdown. All right? This was the year when they made the run. Okay? Kaepernick ran for scores of 20 and 56 yards on the way to topping the rushing mark of 119 yards held by Mike Vick. Cabri caught touchdown, such and such. Kaepernick makes it his first NFL playoff start, rushed for 180 yards, the most ever in a game by an NFL quarterback. He broke Michael Vick's single-game rushing record of 173 yards, set in 2002 against the Minnesota Vikings. So the very first game that Kaepernick came into, he eclipsed, wearing the number 7, he eclipsed the other 7, the other Falcon, you know what I'm saying, the other Eagle, all right, Michael Vick, by single-handedly dismantling his record performance of rushing yards. You know what I'm saying? The boy was nice on his feet. He could throw, but he also was able to scramble. So he immediately started popping up on people's radar, somebody to look at as he was making his ascension, his march. All right? So next thing, he ran down on the Falcons. All right? Busted out of the pocket 29 times, 244 yards, picking up 8.4 yards and 0.39 EPA per scramble. All right. Kaepernick was 19 of 36 for 244 yards. It's worth noting the last two teams the 49ers beat carry strong 44 energy. All right. So all of this led ultimately to the Super Bowl, right? Showdown between the San Francisco 49ers and the Baltimore Ravens. All right. Now, this particular game, if no other brings into focus the religious context, the underlying religious context with these particular games, and the fact that it's not only become America's pastime or the new religion because it's America's favorite pastime, and this is where the attention and the energy of Americans are flowing on the day set aside for the Lord, but also there are religious motifs that are found in this particular sport, all right, that are playing out in front of us, and we're none the wiser because we're symbol illiterate for the most part, but we don't even know to be looking for it, all right? So this particular game of the San Francisco 49ers versus the Baltimore Ravens, to me, was a continuation of the Crusades that were being spoken of and so stoked greatly during this period in time, because of America's renewed war against Islam. All right, so this is the Church of Rome versus the Moors all over again, with the San Francisco, right? The friars, right? The Friskins, the friars from San Francisco versus the Baltimore Ravens, those black birds, those Moors, all right? So that within itself is a motif, but then there's overlapping and underlying, stories and storylines that are also running through this game that are speaking, to our subconscious as well. So our dude, Ray Lewis at the time, you know what I'm saying? This brother was looked upon as a religious buff, you know what I'm saying? He was like a super Christian and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? Very evangelical with his beliefs and what have you. And some people looked at it as a sense of hypocrisy. This man that has been accused of having a hand in some other brothers' murders, he's like uber religious all of a sudden. So he had that 44 energy going into this particular Super Bowl because he was going into his final season, all right, as a player for the Baltimore Ravens with 44 tackles on his jacket. All right. So he leads postseason players with 44 tackles. Lewis had played a key role in all three of Baltimore's postseason wins this January, and is obviously a huge reason why the team is playing for a Super Bowl title this coming weekend. The 37-year-old, who was set to retire at season's end, all right, leads all postseason players with 44 combined tackles. All right. Does Ray Lewis have the grip on the number 44? Ray Lewis, God doesn't pick winners, right? So he ain't with that superstitions about the supernatural governing sporting events. A sinner holds tight to faith and a second chance. These were the articles that were being written about him. Ray Lewis, God's shtick is really getting old. Okay? So anytime the media would try to approach him about the contradictions or what have you, he would invoke God to shield himself. All right? Now, Ray Lewis is also the individual that we saw recently popping up in Trump Tower. Okay? With this individual right here, another 44 resonator. All right? I haven't figured out how this dude factors in. He's a Brian Pumper lookalike. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure there's going to be some information jumping out very soon about him. And this was also the day that Kanye showed up. So the stadium that he would go to play his final game in, all right, and all of these dudes were silent about Katrina during that time, you know what I'm saying, even though they was going back to play in the Superdome, is the same spot to popularize this guy right here to ascend to the levels and the heights of stardom of which he has now recently started filtering and falling down from. So this guy right here and this guy, are connected synergistically by their relationship via 44 to this guy, but also this event that took place, all right, in the Super Bowl that was featuring our brother Ray Lewis. So when we look at Ray Lewis's name, right, it equals Yahweh, Elohim, the Lord God. His number 52, expanded name of Yahweh spelled out. All right, Tipperoth, sun. He's a sun motif. You know what I'm saying? He represents God. He has God energy. Okay. Always praying. God's linebacker. The gospel according to Ray Lewis. God's linebacker. Okay. So here's just the 13s, which equal to 4s. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with the story that was centering around him at that time. You know, the bodies that he had caught 13 years prior, the 13 million that he reportedly said paid to settle out of court. You know what I'm saying? The fact that it happened on the 31st January, you know, at 4 a.m. You feel me? Like, it was just strong 44 energy. 44 is kill. All right. But Kaepernick is still out there busting shit up. Kaepernick accounted for 444 total yards, 4 total touchdowns, and a pick at San Francisco, hung 45 on the Green Bay Packers. So they had to see all of the 44 teams. All right, the back-breaking score by the 49ers came on the first play of the fourth quarter when Gore broke off right tackle and surged to the end zone for a 2-yard score to cap a 93-yard drive. The key play in the march was Kaepernick's 44-yard connection to Vernon Davis. I remember that game. You know what I'm saying? So both of them was utilizing that God energy going into this game. He had to defend his tattoos and his beliefs, and this guy had to, you know, he was defending everything. You know what I'm saying? But they're all resonating with, both of them resonating with that 7 energy. So this game was a twinning game, you know, not only because the both of the stars of this particular game were dealing with God energy and the 7s, you know what I'm saying, which personify the God number in particular disciplines. But this was also the Super Bowl that was played against by brothers, the Harbors, you know what I'm saying? So they're not twins, but they were still brotherly in the regards that this was a Super Bowl that was twinned by 2 brothers. You understand? So we look at Kaepernick and we see, you know, even where he was born, you know what I'm saying, in Wisconsin. Like I said, Wisconsin being one of the 2 44 gematria states, you know what I'm saying, Green Bay in particular resonating with the 44-degree parallel lines. Him not being too far, born too far away in Milwaukee, him having to go and you know, barrel through Green Bay to get to where he needed to get through. You know, it was all playing out in his story. You know what I'm saying? He was destined to be who he is. All right. His college career, we can find 44s all in there. You know what I'm saying? It's been following him for some time. You know? So this is what he says. This is what he had to say in defense of his beliefs, quote unquote. Colin Kaepernick talks God determining Super Bowl outcome, right? So he, unlike Ray Lewis, he ascribes the outcome of these games to a supernatural force. Colin Kaepernick, San Francisco 49ers quarterback, who was gearing up for his first Super Bowl appearance, is not afraid to admit that God has a part to play in his upcoming championship game. Kaepernick, 25, will be the 4th quarterback in NFL history to start in a Super Bowl game during his 2nd NFL season. When speaking to the press during Media Day on Tuesday, Kaepernick brought up a subject the NFL fans have been no stranger to, his faith. Okay? Kaepernick says, God has brought me this far. I can't do anything but thank him. Number one is kind of my way of saying, I don't really care what people think about my tattoos, he said. I got them for me and to show people this is what I believe in. God has brought me this far. He's laid out a phenomenal path for me, and I can't do anything but thank him. You know what I'm saying? Colin Kaepernick, the tattoo god of Super Bowl 47. Colin Kaepernick, glorifying God on the gridiron. He is the starting quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. He played college football for the University of Nevada, Wolfpack, where he was twice named the Western Atlantic Conference Offense Player. All right? He got a lot of shit racked up that they don't mention no more when he's in controversy. They don't talk about none of that stuff. All right? So even his biological mother, who put him up for adoption, ended up reaching back out to him, you know what I'm saying, when he was popping, about to ascend to meteoric heights, all right, becoming, the legend, okay? And at the time in which she decided to reach out to him, she herself was 44. She'll watch him again this Sunday as he plays in the Super Bowl. Her name is Heidi Russo, a 44-year-old nurse from Thornton, Colorado. This is a tweet made from his 44-year-old biological mother who put him up for adoption. All right. So when we do the gematria on Colin Kaepernick's name, the numbers that we came up with were 876, which means the Prince of Peace, Joseph, foul, right? 77, sacrifice, glory. Okay. So he's a game fowl. He's a bird of game. You know, if you could look and see the hook beacon on him, he's also a falcon in nature. He's a Scorpio. All right. That phoenix bird, his meteoric rise. He's a Heru figure, right? The Prince of Peace. That's Yeshua. You know, again, in symbolism, we're talking motifs, y'all. We ain't talking about that shit that you ascribe to. We're talking motifs. All right. So, like I said, the game is to be played. The game that he participated in was to be played in New Orleans. All right. The home of the sacrifice. Okay. So this is the write-up that we did leading up into this game. Okay. And so it is. Here we are. And all the players are present for the biggest ritual on earth. It involves God, Christ, Mary, Joseph, all the saints in one big altar where the black magicians patiently await their sacrifice. Ray Lewis is resonating strongly with Yahweh energy. Not only has he invoked him continuously in his campaign for glory, but using gematria, we see Kabbalistically his jersey 52 equals Yahweh spelled out, and his name also holds Yahweh energy. That is an unprecedented correlation of mystical proportions, especially for someone who has come under so much scrutiny for his unexplained talent, i.e., the deer antler controversy. That number also resonates with the word Ben, which means sun, and Tipperoth, which is the sixth Sephiroth on the tree of life, which equals to sun, Tupac energy. He hails from Mary's land and is playing in the land of Mary, Mary Laveau to be exact. When the saints, that is the San Francisco Friars of St. Francis of Assisi, i.e. the San Francisco 49ers, come marching in to the home of the saints, they will be helmed by Colin Kaepernick, the Scorpion prodigy experiencing his meteoric rise to fame, the Phoenix, or the rising sun from the Golden State, repping the Golden Gate. He Kabbalistically equals the number 876, which equals Prince of Peace, which explains his Christ energy shining through. The fact that both of these players have constantly invoked God into the collective consciousness of the populace is not up for dispute. The question is why, and what does it have to do with the outcome of tonight's game? He has even went to the lengths of having scripture scrawled all over his frame to bring attention to his beliefs. In according with his name and his personage, 876 also equals fowl, or the game bird. The game bird or the fowl is normally the one selected for the sacrifice. Christ makes the ultimate sacrifice, and New Orleans is the ultimate altar. Saint Assisi is one of the most revered saints because he was the first one to experience stigmata, the evidence of Christ's sacrifice for the world's sins. The 49ers of 49 is 7 times 7 or 77. Also 77 equals sacrifice. You see, his number also equates to Joseph, the father of the Christ. In this mystical, magical matchup, we are seeing the energies of the Father versus the Son, light versus the dark, the Moors versus the church, and a grand old sacrifice being coronated by Beyonce Knowles, returning to her Creole roots of Louisiana. The silvery moon is casting a reflection of a sun principle. As the bird of death descends, time for an offering. Okay. So, all right, we touched on something dealing with the twins when we prepared this back in 2012. All right. And since we're revisiting it with the motifs of this game, let's lay the foundational groundwork because all things are connected, nothing separate. All right. Now, I don't consider myself religious at all, but I am awoke so I can see a script being played out when I see one. This is the oldest one on the planet playing out for all of us to see. The rising sun, Horus, Heru versus the setting sun, Set. Look, don't blame me. You have to be a blind fool not to notice the religious spiritual connotations they have heavily invoked by marketing this showdown. I am just showing you that one team's sun rays are setting while another team's are shining. You be the judge. My vote goes to the 49ers. Furthermore, if I was solely weighing my bet on the 4 vibrations, we can clearly see that the 49ers breaks down to 13, which equals 4, and this game is taking place in 2013, or 2 13s, which equal 44. I was wrong. If we dig a little bit deeper, so we can make sense of what we're seeing rather than guess or speculate, we know that the ancient saying goes, as above, so below. What does that mean, and what does it have to do with Superbowl? Well, in the cosmos, we have a configuration right now called Jupiter and Gemini. What that means is that we are more prone to bear witness to events or things that mirror one another or twin one another. Like you have a Hurricane Sandy, then you have a Sandy Hook. Both catastrophic in proportion, but catalysts for change. In the Super Bowl, you have two brothers, almost twin figures, in that they both have chosen similar paths playing against one another. Brother versus brother. But whoever wins, truth be told, they're playing for the same team because at the end of the day, a hardball is going to win. Interesting analogy. Kaepernick has twinned Michael Vick. As a Scorpio, he was able to absorb the Falcon ego energy and morph it into his own personal powers because as a Scorpion, he has the Phoenix powers to rise meteorically and embody the motif of the hero or the Heru for the whole world to bear witness. For my religious/spiritual heads, this would be equivalent to the sun rising in the west during this prescribed time that the whole world was looking for that sign on the horizon, right after December 21st, 2012. As a mixed seed, of course, he is mirroring or twinning the other messianic figure that has captured the world's attention, representing the West but stationed in the East, but still in the West Wing though. Barack Obama, who benefited from the last Super Bowl, which mirrored his election this year, defeating the governor from New England, and twinned his first victory 4 years ago when the Giants won in Arizona. Just as he would pull the upset off and defeat the patriotic establishment who felt they were invincible because of their unblemished record of regular season wins, white males were always supposed to win. But anything goes in postseason. So here we are at the big dance. Choose wisely. Just remember, the numbers don't lie. So therefore, I cannot lose. Now, I'm gonna make I had a personal preference in this game, and you're never supposed to put your personal preferences in the way of anything. Meaning that, even if my calibration comes up with a team that's going to win this game that I don't agree with, I have to still stick with that. It's not with what I agree or what I think or what I feel. It's what is it saying. And leading into this game, the game was telling me at some point that, this was more, it was made clear to me like a day before the game. It said the Ravens was going to win. I couldn't stand Ray Lewis, though. I just couldn't do it. And I was moving to the West. So I was trying to justify that shit in every which way possible. And I went with a team out of a personal decision rather than, me reading the writing on the wall. And the writing on the wall clearly was telling me that the Ravens was going to take it. You know what I'm saying? But it was going to be a very interesting game. It was going to be a very interesting fourth quarter. And that brother Kaepernick experienced his metamorphosis in the fourth quarter. You know what I'm saying? But the offset of this game, like I said, it was pretty much steeped in the fact that the Jupiter and Gemini energy was strong, and this is where Beyonce was using her twinning powers, okay? Her Sasha Fierce energies was coming forth. When you see this black and white, all right, this referee black and white, You know, this is dealing with this whole Masonic aspect of duality. All right. Or this twin aspect. You know. So this is also when the stadium turned black and white. Okay, at 13:22, 4s and 4s. This is when they experienced the blackout for 34 minutes in the Superdome. Shout out to the ancestors of the Superdome that wasn't trying to hear that bullshit they was pulling off. All right, stop by say, fuck out of here. So, you know, even in the advertisement and the advertisement for this game, right, by Mercedes-Benz, they said, this year we guarantee a thrilling fourth quarter. All right. This is when Kaepernick came back and he almost brought his team to victory. You know what I'm saying? But he fell short. But in the interim, he still was recognized as a prodigy. You know, he still came to life, came online during that game. But we'll speak about what the result of that has been. Okay? So there goes your black and white. There goes your Sasha Fierce. All right? Colin Kaepernick shines in losing effort. Okay, in defeat, Colin Kaepernick remains NFL's most promising young quarterback. Now, all of that went to shit, you know, leading up to what we witnessed last year with him. You know what I'm saying? Where he came into a whole different sort of Christ energy, a messianic force. You know, he went against Rome. You know, he went against this establishment. You feel me? And, you know, may have to pay the price for it, whatever that may be. You know what I'm saying? But more effectively, what we bore witness to that we weren't able to make the connection to is right after his team lost. The Pope stepped down. Okay? Benedict stepped down a few days after that. All right? And he was in seclusion for a while. They didn't get no explanations from him as to why he did that. I think the game was on the 5th and he might have stepped down on the 11th. All right? But when they caught up with him, this is what he said. The former Pope Benedict has claimed that his resignation in February was prompted by God, who told him to do it during a mystical experience. Breaking his silence for the first time since he became the first Pope to step down in 600 years, the 86-year-old reportedly said, God told me to, when asked what had pushed him to retire to a secluded residence in the Vatican Gardens. Benedict denied he had been visited by an apparition or had heard God's voice, but said he had undergone a mystical experience during which God had inspired in him an absolute desire to dedicate his life to prayer rather than push on as a pope. All right? So this nigga gets a visit from God after the Super Bowl, after the Black Ravens beat the church, okay? And then comes in Pope Francis. All right? And not only Pope Francis comes in, but they are commemorating, or they turn around and say, we're going to commemorate the energy of this game and this ritual by bringing the 50th Super Bowl to San Francisco. All right. Of which I said they brought Beyonce back to do the ritual there. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I don't even know what Kaepernick was on during that time. I don't know if he was busting his gun. I got to do my research. You know, but think about all of the energy that has stayed, you know what I'm saying, or permeated dealing with this team and this stadium and the players that are connected to this motif or this story. All right. So this was another ritual that took place when Francis got in there. They decided to do something that was never done. They were going to coronate two saints, right? A St. Paul and one of these other saints. You know what I'm saying? And they call it the Festival of Four Saints because Benedict was still alive. And him and Francis, you know what I'm saying, commemorated these other two saints. And right before this ceremony took place, a man was crushed to death by a giant crucifix dedicated to the Pope. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy as shit. And all that happened in Rome right before this festival. Pope Francis described St. John the 26th or the 23rd as the Pope of openness to the Spirit, and St. John Paul II as the Pope of the family. Francis emphasized their faith, saying that they were filled with the Holy Spirit and bore witness before the church and the world to go to God's goodness and mercy. All right. So they had a ceremony, these two popes, where they commissioned the sainthood, or coronated the sainthood of these other two popes, hitting on those fours or what have you. You know, they brought Benedict in. I mean, they sat Benedict the Moor down, you know what I'm saying, after they got beat by Baltimore Ravens, and they brought in St. Francis the Friscan, you know what I'm saying, or the Jesuit for that matter, should I say, you know, dealing with that, the three arms of Catholicism, you know, and this guy has an ability, based on his likability, you know what I'm saying, to rock a lot of people to sleep, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's a likable pope. People love him, you know, but he doesn't seem to be political at all. You know, he had a showdown with Trump on February 13th, you know, or a day afterwards, should I say, February 13th being the 44th day of the year. He was in Mexico, and he made a comment about the wall. He was in Juarez, I believe. This was the same time, or the same day that Antonin Scalia died, the Supreme Court Justice. You know what I'm saying? He died on the 44th day during Lupercalia, the Roman festival, where they're celebrating Romulus and Remus. All right. So all of this was taking place. You feel me? They bring this dude in, like I said, and he starts putting on. You know what I mean? He starts putting on. You know what I mean? He's a different type of pope. He's a tweeting pope. You know what I'm saying? He's like a liberal pope. He's all sentimental and shit. You feel me? But you know, he's a Jesuit, so he still got to stand in army. You know what I mean? Remember him and Trump got into it about the motherfucking wall, and you never really ever seen a politician, you know, or somebody that was a candidate disrespect a pope. You feel me? But Trump wasn't having it. You know what I'm saying? So they were shooting at one another. Remember that? All right. And this is just detailing the time in which all of that was taking place. Like I said, you know, he was in Juarez, right across the border in Mexico, but at the same time in Texas, Scalia was dead, you know, almost mimicking the same events that Dick Cheney was in, you know what I'm saying, when he was shooting people's face off and shit, duck hunting. All right. And then they got this new show popping up, The Young Pope. All right, with Jude Law is the main character playing the Pope. He's 44 at that time as well. Okay. And like I said, when you look at these particular games and anybody attached to these stadiums, I already told you the Saints won Super Bowl 44, but look at Drew Brees. He got a $44 million fully guaranteed over 2 years as well. You know? And then we have, of course, last year's Super Bowl with the Broncos and the Panthers. And we got the Broncos and the Seahawks and the Patriots. A lot of motherfucking Hawks and Falcons around here. Okay? And when you don't got Hawks and Falcons playing in these games, you got Panthers playing in these games. And when they're not playing against Patriots, then they're playing against White Broncos. Okay? So all of these games are a pretext to conversations that we've been having in this country about race relations, especially in the last 4 and 5 years, as they have worsened, as they've progressively gotten worse by way of us seeing people die in these streets. You know what I'm saying? So let's take a look at last year's Super Bowl. Cameron Newton, when we spell that out in gematria, it equals 1344. We could see some of the 44s in this article that led up to his, his arrival in the Super Bowl. All right. Carolina Panthers, as a team, as an organization, they equal 1044 in gematria. You know, Carolina made it 21-0 in the opening minute of the second quarter after a long drive. The Panthers used 15 plays and took 8 minutes and 44 seconds off the clock to march 86 yards. And it was all right. So this is just stats leading up to, what they had to do to get to the Super Bowl. All right. Okay. Again, like I said, more 44s dealing with this NFL. The commissioner made 44 times NFL players' median salaries, which was $44 million. He's a $44 million commissioner. Obama said, I cannot believe the commissioner of football gets paid $44 million a year. All right. This is dealing with the 44s, dealing with that particular Super Bowl the Broncos won. You know, the Omaha is something that Manning was counted saying 44 times, and Omaha is also the home of Berkshire Hathaway, all right, which for the very first time, Warren Buffett missed his target for the very first time in 44 years. This was the same time that, so I knew from that, I was like, okay, I'm putting my money on Manning. Now, again, like I said, this is not about your team affiliations. Like, why would I ever want to bet with the Broncos if I'm not a Bronco fan or what have you? But this is not about your team affiliations. It's not about your favorite team. It's about identifying where the energy is flowing, and that's where you want to put your bets. All right? So, yeah, these are just some 44s that are resonating with the Panthers leading up to that particular game. You know what I'm saying? Shit, the temperature was even 44 degrees for some of these games with them. All right? And this is the latest, even before we saw Ray Lewis pop up at Trump Plaza or Trump Towers or what have you. He was already mired in controversy based on statements that he was making about Colin Kaepernick and his protests. You know what I'm saying? So, in his capacity as a sports commentator, all right, on Undisputed, with Shannon Sharp, I believe he was going back and forth a few times. You know, he could be caught in the media saying some pretty controversial things about Kaepernick and his protests, you know, just period. I think every time they put a microphone in front of him, he was saying something crazy. You know, 44% likely to turn off NFL if national anthem protests continue. You know, a new Yahoo Sports YouGov survey indicates that Americans remain deeply divided about the ongoing national anthem protests in the NFL, with 44% of fans claiming they will actually stop watching the NFL if the protest continues. Okay. All right. There goes one of the Harbaughs. Harbaugh's time with the 49ers comes to an end with a 44-19-1 record in the regular season. All right. 5-3 playoff record. So there goes your eights again. All right. More information on the Packers. The Geico 44 commercials. Shout out to the Iggy Shuffle. All right. Some more Geico correlations and connections. All right. So, Graham Gano misses 44-yard field goal at Super Bowl 50. They had a bunch of these 4x4 commercials that was playing out. You know what I'm saying? It was a very interesting Super Bowl, last year's Super Bowl, which resulted, of course, in, you know, a pouncing of the Panthers by the Broncos. All right. So if we want to look at that story cosmically, what does that say? You know what I'm saying? About the cosmic narrative. I mean, when we think about Democrats and the liberalism that's connected with Democrats, especially somebody like Hillary Clinton, her origins coming from Chicago, people say that she was tied to the Panthers because I think she might have popped off Huey or something like that. She had some sort of connection to the Panthers, and she's looked at, or in some respects, she might have been looked at some point in her life as a bleeding heart liberal, you know. And when you look at those Broncos, those white pasty Broncos or what have you, if that Bronco is that pale horse, goddamn it, that's Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? So election wise, we could see what happened in regards to one person getting trounced unexpectedly. You know what I'm saying? But tomorrow's game, like I said, the precursor to these particular games was some very key 44 games. Green Bay making its way through the Giants, another 44 resonating team. Green Bay making its way through the Cowboys. You know, that game starting at 4:40, featuring their star player, number 4, Prescott dude, Dak Prescott. There was a lot of 44 motifs that were popping off in that game as well. And then, like I said, ultimately, this NFC Championship game with the Atlanta Falcons versus Green Bay, all right, which were the two teams, as I identified earlier, dealing with 44 energy. In Gematria, there's only 2 states that add up to 44, Georgia and Wisconsin. Okay, Wisconsin is a heavy 44 resonator, being that it sits on a 44-degree parallel line as well, right? Georgia with Atlanta being a 404 area code. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's typically looked upon as, you know, it's considered the blackest city in the country. You know what I'm saying? And that black, that color is associated with 44 by way of the first black president. You know what I'm saying? So it's very interesting that we would find ourselves here at this precipice, at this point in time, where, like I said, through presidential politics, you have this president who's assumed to be the 45th president, but has characteristics as this number 44 continuously follows this president everywhere, like through his entire first week of his administration. And we'll show you, you know, in our timeline, you know, even with his deep connections to 9/11 and the World Trade Center, another 44 event, something that he's intrinsically tied into. Not only the fact that he's a post 9/11 presidential candidate and the birthers came out of the truthers, but he's also accredited with about the only person on the planet that I know that gets the credit. The only other person I would throw in there with him would be David Icke, because I was reading The Bigger Secret the night before the towers came down, and he did say in that book that the towers was going to get attacked again, and he said that there was going to be a man named Osama bin Laden that they was going to blame. Well, Trump said the same thing a year before that in his book. Okay? So he said, at a rally in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, Tuesday, Donald Trump said his list of accomplishments includes the fact that he predicted the 9/11 terror attacks. He was alerted to this fact by a friend who called him and said his 2000 book, The America We Deserve, proved you're the first guy that really predicted terrorism. Here's a look at some of Trump's claims from that rally and how they stacked up against his book and what actually happened. In my book, America We Deserve, I said Osama bin Laden better watch him, bad guy. In my book, Before the World Trade Center, I said Osama bin Laden, I said you better take him out. All right. So we know that Trump is connected in more than one way, like I said, to this whole 9/11 motif. You know what I'm saying? He even, right, vowed to, I'll take a little water, yeah. I think we only got about 30 something minutes to go. All right, family? I ain't going to take too much of your time. I'm just going to walk y'all through and show you the connection, because there's a clear connection, a clear delineation that Boston has to New York. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with this 9/11-44 energy. So these games are about both teams having 44 energy, the red and blue energy. You know what I'm saying? And which one of them will win out. So it's not enough just to say, oh, I see 44 on one side, which means this team is going to win versus that team. No, both these teams have 44 energy, strong 44 energy. Donald Trump vows to reopen 9/11 investigation. Fake news report sparks excitement amongst members of the Truth Movement. So that wasn't a real story, all right? Accordingly, Reportedly, that was a fake news report that he was going to open up or reopen the 9/11 investigations. But like I said, this whole aspect of him cloning or twinning or mirroring 44 energy deals with the fact that he trolled this president all the way to the White House. You know what I'm saying? So that's like, if you a star basketball player or star football player for that matter, and there's this whiny dude, whiny dude, always on the sidelines, just riding your nuts in the wrong way every game, you know, pointing out the fact that you got your shoes unlaced and pointing out the referees things that you might have done that the ref ain't see. You know what I'm saying? Just nagging, just trolling you for no fucking reason. You know what I'm saying? Every chance they get. And then next thing you know, you get benched. And they put this nigga in the game. He's starting now. All right? And he going straight for your stats. He's doing his numbers and all of that. And they're not even trying to come and get you off the bench no more. You just bench warming. He done flipped your whole career on his head. That's what Donald Trump did to Barack Hussein Obama. He trolled this nigga all the way to the White House. Now he's sitting or jumping in his shadow, right? And just like, shout out to the elder Baba Heru who points this out. Just like what they did with Akhenaten, okay, who disrupted the priesthood. You know what the priesthood in this country is? White, male, Western leadership. Nigga, that's the priesthood. As it applies to this country and its political system and the spiritual system that underlies its political system, the priesthood in this country, right, is white male leadership. That's the priesthood. Barack Obama came and disrupted that priesthood. You feel me? There was never supposed to be anything in the rule books that spoke to the fact that there was supposed to be a Barack Hussein Obama. You know what I'm saying? Muddying up that picture, that picturesque motherfucking example of what they have of male hegemony, white male hegemony. So when they reinstated the priesthood, just like they did in Akhenaten's time, that priesthood now has to erase all evidence of Akhenaten to restore the faith, to restore the priesthood, to restore whatever mythos that priesthood was permeating through the hearts and the minds of the people that were under the leadership of that priesthood. All right? So this is what he immediately starts doing. Okay? Of course, his very first act dealing with Obamacare, you know, I think he might have cut the fucking the the digital feed off for the Obama phones. Like, I don't know if y'all receiving no more calls and them shits no more. You know, he's just gonna scale back everything and anything that's attributed to the life and the legacy of Barack Hussein Obama. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, and he kept those 44s rolling. All right. His very first pick, Priebus, a 44-year-old. All right. And then he turned around and he went and got the other dude, Bannon. Right, President Bannon. His next pick, all right, Nikki Haley for the UN, another 44-year-old. Okay. 44 days before his inauguration, Time Magazine gives him the Person of the Year, right? Fittingly giving him his horns. We've showed you on previous occasions the time also equals 44. All right. The meaning of Donald Trump's name and surname. Let's just get into that since we're here. Thus, Donald Trump's full name literally means the ruler of the world, graced by God, and a descendant of a drummer. What you dealing with? All right. This is the company or the corporation that is responsible for putting together or culminating all of the metadata that it needed to galvanize a voter outreach, meaning that he needed speaking points. You know what I'm saying? He needed to say and do things that connected with voters in places that either, one, he hadn't been, or two, he had been, but he had to keep himself refreshed and renewed in the hearts and the minds of his voters, because he had been going through some scandal, and there was no telling what sort of effects this might have had on the people, who were going to show up, right? They call it silent majority, to thrust him into that particular position. That is if you are into that story or that version of politics and how it plays out. All right. So this is Cambridge Analytica. All right. Currently involved in 44 U.S. political races. A company funded by the family of Robert Mercer, an American hedge fund billionaire. All right. Shout out to brother Red Pill and his Fear of a Blackamoor Messiah dissertations, presentations. He speaks at length about Cambridge Analytica and who exactly Robert Mercer is. So we're not going to get into too much of that right now. But do look him up, family. Don't let this one pass by. You need to familiarize yourself with the people that are running your country. All right? Jared Kushner, okay? Trump versus Clinton, and this is all the analytical proof that shows what Cambridge Analytica did. You know what I'm saying? The very first press conference with Sean Spicer, where he spent the majority of his time trying to defend the inauguration photo pictures. This entire fiasco debacle started on the 44s. You know what I'm saying? At 11:44. Thus starts the administration. Okay. I predicted on my Instagram page that after 44 homicides were registered in Chicago, that Trump will make his announcement. Okay, he didn't let me down. In a few hours after that, he made this announcement. Okay, Chicago, also the city that captured the world championship. All right, number 44, Rizzo was a star of that particular demonstration this past year. All right. One of the last visitors to the White House was the Chicago Cubs, who presented Obama with a 44 jersey, even though Rizzo is still donning that number. Okay, and it was presented to him by Anthony Rizzo. All right. In that game, they were playing against Cleveland. All right. Cleveland will always pop up in these 44 stories. Okay? And there's a reason for that. All right, $44 worth of ice cream after World Game. Okay? Like I said, just more people that were involved in a lot of these Super Bowl 44 rituals that have benefited handsomely. You know what I'm saying? Resonating with this number. Okay, it's Joe Flacco, the quarterback for the Baltimore Ravens, also pulled in his $44 million. Okay, 44, number that resonates very heavily when we're talking about these Patriots in New England and the predecessor to New England, Rome. I did my very first When in Rome lecture in Boston the day before the snowpocalypse started. They didn't have no expectations of snow in their forecast at all. We did our When in Rome presentation, and it started snowing and it never stopped. All right. Well, not until the end of the winter. Like, they had to wait for spring to come and everything. They had record amounts of snow. And we were showing the connection and the relationship to the 44 by way of the fact that one of the most discussed incidents in Rome was the murder of Caesar. Okay? It was taught to us as the Ides of March. He was murdered in 44 BC. Okay? And as we're talking about in the news right now, especially with the mobilization of this political force that's in the White House and all of the president's men the fact that we're looking at them and we're identifying that they're crusaders. You know what I'm saying? And this is the energy that they're moving on. This is what they're about, what have you. These are also some interesting motifs that we want to point out to you in these current days and times. I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of bottles being popped tomorrow. And like I said, people are going to be conflicted over their team allegiances, not knowing exactly where they're putting their faith. You know what I'm saying? But if you're sipping on that Douce, do know what that symbol is about. You know what I'm saying? That's the cross of Lorraine. It's an heraldic cross. All right. It's a Knight Templar cross. Okay. It's a Knight Templar cross. Okay. So this whole Jesuit aspect that continuously pops up, even when he started selling Douce, he was selling it for $44. Okay. That's where they jumped out the gate with. Douce was $44 out the gate. So this person is going to be opening up the halftime show. All right. Doing her ritual. Outrageous and controversial pop star Lady Gaga has revealed that she was also addicted to cocaine before she believed it would kill her. The singer told how she would lock herself in her room snorting bags and bags of the drugs to get inspiration for her music. She also confessed that she got dangerously high on LSD and she strove to emulate her pop heroes. The News of the World newspaper in the UK reports. But Gaga, 23, real name Stephanie Joanne Angelina Germanata, claims she was eventually saved by a dead auntie whose ghost lives inside her. I thought I was going to die, she says in an explosive new biography. I wanted to be the artist I loved, like Mick Jagger and Andy Warhol, and I thought the only way to do it was to live the lifestyle. But then I realized my father's sister Joanne, who died at 19, had instilled her spirit in me. She was a painter and a poet, and I had a spiritual vision. I had to finish her business. So she's possessed. You know what I'm saying? She admittingly is telling you that she walks around possessed. All right? So I'm going to just more than likely finish up here to show you what energy 9/11 shares with Boston, shares with Trump, shares with the Patriots. Okay? And how they are evoking, by way of this game, a continuation of the motifs associated with this 9/11 ritual. Expect to see them. Okay, so not only was the World Trade Center initially opened up and inaugurated to the world on April 4th, 1973, okay, but the initial building of it, the construction of it started in 68. All right, 68 was also the same year when they commissioned the 911 emergency call center. All right, and 9/11, a World Trade Center complex was built on what's called Radio Row. All right, Radio Row was a section in Lower Manhattan that had retailers that were dealing with the world of radio. You know what I'm saying? This was all dealing with radio, to me, which translates as communication, as transmission, as frequency. When we look at radio in gematria, again, it equals 144. Okay? 144. And we've showed repeatedly that 144 is 44. All right? So we look at some technology that was utilized in the building of the World Trade Centers as well, the sky lobbies, for the very first time. You know, anybody that's been in a building at this point in time, you know what a sky lobby is. All right? Well, the very first one was put into the World Trade Center, and they chose to use floor 44. All right, hold on. All right. Windows of the World. All right, they had a 44th. They had a skydive restaurant that they opened on the 44th floor. Like I said, here goes the 911 call emergency center opened up in 68, same time that they started constructing the World Trade Center. All right. They got a sky portal that they put in the new trade center. You know what I'm saying? You might want to go check that out. All right. It's a Stargate. Now, when we're talking about the construction of these towers and the resonance, right, by way of these constructions, if you think about the design of the World Trade Center, think about it built with tuning forks. And tuning forks have been attuned to the standard pitch. And the standard pitch in music is the 440 A pitch. You know what I'm saying? And if you can envision if these towers, right, of that magnitude were tuning forks, like I said, dealing with pitch, dealing with frequency, dealing with resonance. And if you slam a jumbo jet into tuning forks, imagine what sort of frequency or sound that you're able to make throughout the universe. Piercing sound, imagine, then we got to get into the science of sound and how sound can move object, you know what I'm saying? And you got to go just a little bit deeper into your bag of research, you feel me, to understand the power of sound. So we look at the towers, we identify the fact that they're dealing with this whole aspect of tuning, or the shin, right? And we look at shin. Shin, also spelled sin or sheen, literally means sharp. It is the 21st letter in many languages. It may have been based on a pictogram of a tooth. The two tridents at the 9/11 memorial represent two Hebrew shin or sin, the SS. So not only is it a sound, it's a sharp sound. You know what I'm saying? A sharp frequency. We know underneath the towers they had gold. Gold is a magnifier. It is something that is giving or lending support to any frequency. It's magnifying it ridiculously. That antenna on top of the towers, we can see that was a major transmitter. The fact that it's laying on the water, that's also a magnifier. You know what I'm saying? So again, like I said, when we look at the 4/4 as it relates to music or pitch or frequency, we know that 4/4 is the default time signature for human music creation. We know it's the 4/4 meter. It's the most common meter in music. It's so common that its other name is common time. And the two numbers in time signature are often replaced by the letter C. In 4/4, the stacked numbers tell you that each number contains 4 quarter note beats. So to count 4/4 meter, each time you tap the beat, you're tapping the equivalent of 1 quarter note. Right? And we identified the fact that I said if something has a number, then it should also have a color because it's a frequency. All right? So when we look at the A440 frequency, we see that it's connected most with the color orange. All right? So when you got this orange haired dude running around coming from the Empire State, intrinsically tying itself into 9/11 by way of the 444s or what have you, then we definitely see, the fact that, like this dude is a 44 resonator in more ways than one. So orange would be the color that resonates with that particular number. A440 is the 440 hertz tone that serves as the standard for musical pitch. 440 is the musical note A above middle C. Okay? Alright, A above middle C was tuned to 440. The standard was taken by an international organization. Rockefeller was responsible for this. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright? So if you look at the empire, if you look at the motifs surrounding this empire, right, of New York, you're going to see orange and you're going to see blue. And you're going to see this shit play out in all of the major teams in this city. Okay? And in particular, Syracuse as a college, as an institution, okay, is the home to the legend of the 44, all right, of which Jim Brown is a key to, right? Floyd Little, Rob Conrad, Michael Owens, all right? Syracuse to break ground on Plaza 44 featuring statues of Jim Brown, Ernie Davis as well. Floyd Little, shout out to Ernie Davis. Okay. Syracuse football rankings, Orange move up to 44th scout ranking. This is a city, like I said, or a team or institution that is so connected to this number, it can't shake it no matter what it do. Syracuse's football history is highlighted by a string of legends, all sharing the number 44. Since 1954, 11 players have worn the number and 3 earned All-American honors. Their collective legacy has forged the familiar Syracuse Legend of 44 story, transcending football to become part of the fabric of the university. The number 44 has been woven into campus landscapes, zip code, and even the school's phone extension. This new 2014 uniform designs connects the team's past and present. The legend of 44, as well as the influence of New York State, served as inspiration for Syracuse's trio of new uniforms. Referencing the strong heritage of past teams, the design incorporates influences from the university's quad building in the center of campus, as well as from the modern Gothic architecture seen in downtown New York City and on the Syracuse campus. Custom numbers appear tall and narrow, mimicking the height of New York City skyline. The numbers also feature a unique 44-degree linear V pattern. This pattern is mirrored on the uniform pant lines and shoulder panels for unified positioning of the orange as New York's college team. All right. So, Ben Tate, I think he's wearing the 44s now. You know what I'm saying? Holding it down for Cleveland. All right. And Cleveland's connection, of course, is the fact that Jim Brown went from Syracuse, right, in their orange helmets to take his show on the road to Cleveland. And even when you look up Cleveland away from New York, is 440 miles. All right. So this is key. You know what I mean? But back to these buildings. All right, so we can finish this up for y'all. World Trade Center, we're going to run through this shit. You know, there's no, like, these buildings are connected to 44. I mean, I'm not going to go and overdo it. You feel me? Like, it's just all in there. The first inhabitants of the new Trade Center were Anna Wintour and Condé Nast, the magazine publishers, and they occupied the floors from, I believe, 20th to, it says right here, Condé Nast on Monday will move into One World Trade Center from its Times Square office. The media company will occupy floors 20 through 44. It will occupy floors 20 through 44, a total of 1.2 million square feet. Anna Wintour, the editor of Vogue magazine, who inspired the novel and film The Devil Wears Prada, will move to the 25th floor along with her staff, while Graydon Carter, the editor of Vanity Fair, will take the 41st floor. Mr. Townsend and the executive suite will be housed on 42. But Condé's highest and presumably most sought-after floor is going to the company's law firm, Sabin, Burnett, and Gold. All right, so they got the 44th. This is the company that she moved from, or the building, should I say. All right, in Times Square. This is the Condé Nast building. So when the ball falls on this tree of life in Times Square, the Condé Nast building is right here with the 4 reflectors right on Times Square, which is a 44 motif. 8 blocks away from Herald Square, which is 34th Street. It's all boxed in. All right. So these are the 2 holes, the gaping holes in which the Twin Towers once stood. This is the 4 square holes, all right, of the 9/11 complex, of which there's 44 buildings hitting the market for this World Trade Center complex. Okay, and these particular holes, right, are art installations of which you see ever flowing pools of water coming in and out of them. So the black cubes at the 9/11 memorial symbol are memorial symbols of for Saturn. Saturn has a cube on his pole. So this is the Roman myth of Saturn eating his son Neptune. Okay, Neptune represented by the water, Saturn represented by the black box or the cubes. Okay. There goes the tridents, the tributes and light that you can see from space. Okay, the tributes from lights are each arranged in two beams. They run for 24 hours. That are 88 spotlights, 44 for each tower. Okay, so even in the beam, even in the dedication, they ritualize the 44s in the goddamn dedication. The blue beams, god damn it. Down to the monolith that you find in 2001 Space Odyssey, of which came out in 68 as well. All right, the same year that the towers were being constructed. This monolith, or this doorway to the time and space, right, or the different dimensions in time and space, is also mirrored by the Millennium Hotel that you find directly across the street from the World Trade Center, and everywhere of significance up and down 44th Street in New York City, from the shore of the East River, where the United Nations is positioned on 44th Street, you will find the Millennium Hotel, right? I believe there's two of them over there on 44th. And then as you go up, heading towards Times Square, you're also going to run into two different Millennium Hotels, all right, on 44th Street. Mirroring, reflecting, or mimicking, like I said, the Millennium Hotel that you're going to find, or that you would have found at that time across the street from the World Trade Center. Okay? So just remember that. Keep that in mind about that Millennium Hotel. So this is the Boston bombings. All right? This is the four-square roof, you know, of the site of the Boston bombings. 666 Boston, right? Almost mirroring or mimicking the 9/11 Memorial Ground Zero. So this was the actual Boston bombing, okay? The Boston terror bombing took place at 4 minutes, 9 seconds, and 44 microseconds, I guess. God damn it. $144 hurt. Boy 8, one of the 3 killed. Right? They got to play into the motifs. Okay? So this is events that have bounded Boston and New York by blood. All right? The hero of this event, all right, this individual here, let's read his story. Alexander was killed. His son is Alexander. All right? So this bloody flag belongs to his son who was killed in battle, of which he found out about on his 44th birthday. All right. Alexander was killed on a mission to secure a 2-story building in Najaf, Iraq. A sniper picked him off as he walked around the building to check on the well-being of his comrade. He died, as commander said, displaying the highest levels of selflessness and bravery. When the military van pulled up to Arredondo's house on August 5th, 2004 to deliver the news, Arredondo looked up from the fence he was painting and initially thought it could be his son on a surprise visit. It was Carlos Arredondo's 44th birthday. All right? So there he is. In the end, he was forgiven by the military. So military, blood, all of it dealing with the 44s. And, you know, that was the hero of the event. They said that all of this stuff was concocted or what have you. I don't really know whether it was or wasn't. I'm just telling the story as it is. All right? So, at the finish line in the Boston Marathon, they also had these twin obelisks or twin pillars or twin towers. Okay? at the finish line, of which I guess they didn't reach because of the bombing. Okay. Even when they did their dedication with the Boston Strong, they got 4 players, but the 44th player is the one that's illuminated in light, standing on this particular motif, which looks strikingly like a 4. And when they transfer his, or they trade his ass to New York, like I said, the connection between Boston and New York can always be found through this ritual. When they trade his ass to New York, you know what I'm saying? You see he got the 44s on his helmet still, but he takes on the number 4. He was 35 at the time, interestingly enough. You know what I'm saying? Child 44 director, right? Child equals 44 as well. Child 44 director Daniel Espinosa exits Boston Marathon bombing drama Boston Strong. All right, so this dude was supposed to do Boston Strong with his 44 energy, but he exited. But they still went and got somebody else that's a 44 resonator, right? And connected with the 44 Blue Productions, Mark Wahlberg, who was 44 at the time that he started filming Patriots Day. He's all the way 44, by the way. You feel me? All right. Like I said, generating and correlating with the energy of the city at the time. Isaiah Thomas scores career high 44 points to get over the Grizzlies. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't the Timberwolves, it was the Memphis Grizzlies. But this is the energy that they're going to be moving with tomorrow at this game. All right. 44 for Milton to run the Boston Marathon. Finishing at 4 hours, 44 minutes. I got so many Boston Marathon connections with the 44 after that bomb went off. You know what I'm saying? Blackstone, just like I showed you with the whole monolith, that's a Blackstone. Lands $80 million loans, $80 million in loans, 44 Wall Street. This is right down the block from World Trade Center, mind you. You know what I'm saying? The Blackstone Group, they're one of the most, financially, they're one of the most powerful groups supposedly in this country when it comes to snatching shit up. I only thought the World Trade Center was something that was unique to this country, the United States, or what have you. But I found out there's World Trade Centers all around the world. You know what I'm saying? They got one in Iran, right? One of the major players in this World Trade Center fiasco, by way of his relationships with all of the players, the key players. He was born in 44. You know what I'm saying? We can get into that. All right. So like I said, this is a guy who built his whole campaign, his whole career off of what he called resurrecting the patriotism that was lost by way of the fervor that was created by George Bush. They feel like this guy put those flames out, and he was a closet Muslim, or more for that matter. You know what I'm saying? So he is almost like, orange is the new black, right? Right? He's the new black president. He's the 44th president on this orange shit, though. Okay? He's the evil twin of Obama. He's going to be able to do what Obama couldn't. Okay? Get niggas to wake the fuck up. I don't even hear no outcry about this. He changes Black History Month to African American History Month. Okay? Like I said, and one of his most controversial acts to date, which is his immigration order, you know what I'm saying? He even does that on the 44s as well at 4:42 p.m. on Friday. Is when he controversially signed that order, enacting what is being referred to as the Muslim ban. And this guy is amazing. You know what I'm saying? If we look at his approval numbers, right? These are the approval numbers of his transition, handling of the transitional aspects of his, from one team to the next. Okay? This was approval rate at transition. All right. So going into the White House, he was at 44%. All right. And this is his approval rate thus far. 44% disapprove of his performance in the office thus far. And he has the lowest approval rate at 44%. And his much debate about, well, he's not really debating that much about the Women's March or what have you, but they say that it eclipsed his March 1/3. So three times the amount of people showed up for the Women's March as did the inauguration. But the Park Service or what have you, this is the estimate that they came up with. They said 444,000 people attended the march. Like I said, the next weekend was the 44th March for Life held on the National Mall. Okay. On his immigration hit, 44 people were found in these stash houses, pulled out of these motherfucking boxcars. I keep telling you, when they're talking about Chirac, it's not just mitigated to Chirac. All right, Chirac is on a 37-degree parallel line. It's dealing with Iran. It's dealing with Iraq. You're dealing with Turkey. You're going to see all of these three countries are going to be into play dealing with this 44 war machine that's coming. All right, and it's going to be fueled by what's going to take place in Chirac as well. And that's going to put everybody else in game. This is the chess move right here. Okay? So, we're not going to get into what team we feel is going to win later on today. You know what I'm saying? I just hope that I've been able to explain to you what the ramifications of these teams winning are. It's not just football. Okay? It's something a little bit more mystical in regards to the order of things, how energy moves. All right? I will say this. Like I said, but if the energy says, and while we're talking about patriots and patriotism, you know what I'm saying, and American heroes or what have you, ironically enough, the very first person, to die in the Boston Massacre was Crispus Attucks, setting off what is known as the American Revolutionary War. All right? When people in this country fought against tyrants. You know what I'm saying? So, think about it. All right? Like I said, but if our calculations still say that the Patriots are going to win, and that's what I need to tell you for you to save some dollars and cents and shit, and then you deal with the ramifications of that afterward, then so be it. But you're going to see a whole lot more of this. A whole lot more. And this is not about fear-mongering. I'm just saying, let's be realistic here. Okay? So, as we conclude, like I said, they're going to have the lady that was directly involved, right, with crystallizing the blood moonologues or these blood moon rituals by taking it from a level of conjecture or just shit that I've been saying, because I don't be hearing too many other people talk about the blood moons. And she brings it into the realm of cinema by way of the small screen, right? So the silver screen is the big screen, that's movies. But the small screen is TV shows. A lot of people hit me up after the first blood moonologue and said that Lady Gaga was the lead character in an American Horror Story series about blood moons. About trapping the souls of the dead people, should we say, utilizing these blood moon rituals. You know what I'm saying? So, as I, again, remind you about the onslaught that took place on our image, more so than our personage, okay, over these past 8 years under Obama. Not just, you know what I'm saying, under these 8 years under Obama. You feel me? It was very ritualistic. And it didn't just start in Obama. This is from Katrina on, in my consideration. This is from the fucking 70s. This is from the drug wars. This is from Nixon on. This is from Nixon to Trump. Is a beautiful expose in how we should be looking at our history as a people in this country and whether we really advanced or back the fuck slid. All right? So, these are these travesties, like I said, that are all centered on 44, dealing with everything that took place under that blood moon. All right, with melanated people and martial energy. All right. Walter Scott shot on 4-4 on film. All right. Officer walks away. South Carolina. Watch those Scots. Watch South Carolina. Okay. 44 all over them. 44s all over them. All over them. They go to blood moons. All right. They go to that messianic force. Okay. Isaiah, a prophecy against Damascus. See, Damascus will no longer be a city, but will become a heap of ruins. And they say when that goes down, that that's the beginning of the end of things, as it has been prophesied to bring about, revelations or apocalypse or whatever, that book says that some fanatics want to synthetically orchestrate, and other people, they say, well, that's the way shit gonna go. Well, I don't really know. But what I do know, like I said, is that it's gonna be a very interesting game, if nothing else, for what it is that we're seeing with the symbolism inscribed within this game. If you want a direct quote, you want some educational information, that's how we have to phrase it. You know what I'm saying? If you want some educational information about the outcome, the definitive outcome of tomorrow's game, you can email us at dboytrks@yahoo. All right. This is somebody I have on my team that is utilizing the code and is helping process, these packets of information for educational purposes only. All right, y'all. I got to say that. You can email us at dboytrks, and then from there, we will be explaining what needs to be done to convey what needs to be conveyed. All right. But with that, y'all, I want to say peace, love, and light. Thank you for journeying with us during tonight's expose into the underlying energies of these games. Like I said, anything of this magnitude that people collectively put their attention and their focus and their energy and their emotions behind, there's nothing random necessarily that is you know what I mean? It's just not it's just not an event that comes on and goes off like, damn, we done put all that energy, we done put all that focus. You waited all season for this, goddammit. It ain't like you just started, you woke up today and was like, okay, I'm just gonna tune into the Super Bowl. No, this is something that you are emotionally invested in at least 3/4 out of the year. Okay, the shit drags with you from one part of the year into the next year, and you still carrying 2016 energy until now, because this is the 2016 Super Bowl. Okay, so that's how this shit has primed you, and you can't begin to think that so many people with so much energy, you know what I'm saying, on one event, that particular event, you could just walk away from it and there's not going to be anything that is resulting from it. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't bleach into any other area of activity in our lives, and that's just not true. You can't believe that you're going to sit yourself in front of these halftime shows and repeatedly be inundated with symbol after symbol and motif after motif and, color sorcery and word sorcery and just everything that you hit with. And then you sit back and be like, it's Sunday, I'm going to go read my Bible. And like, no, your senses are being assaulted. Your sensibilities are being assaulted. You know what I'm saying? And we just don't want you believing that you can continuously participate in things and feel that it has no effect on the inner world or the outer world. This is your energy. If nothing else, we're talking to you, not you sitting next to you. We're talking to you. All right. If your energy is being lent to an event of this particular magnitude, then, you should know what this is about. You should have more faith in your energy.
Did you talk about the halftime show and Lady Gaga? Did you touch on that? Okay.
Of course. We had to touch on Gaga, you know what I'm saying? And, what they're saying, I didn't get to put. I still had some more slides I had to put up, but they're saying that this is going to be the most politicized Super Bowl in a long time, and of course, once again, they're playing you with that one because it's been politicized all along. They just don't put it in your face as such, but it's still politics. You know what I'm saying? You're still led to believe that you're picking one team over the other when, like I said, the NFL is going to win at the end of the day anyway. You know what I'm saying? The priesthood is going to win at the end of the day anyway. So, you know, you're just a player. You're just a pawn. You don't know what your role in this game is yet. You're being gamed. You feel me? But Lady Gaga is a vocal opponent of Donald Trump's as it's being presented to us. You feel me? She protests outside of the what you call it, Trump Tower. And I mean, and these are people that are down with spirit cookers. They down with baby eaters and shit like that.
Right.
And blood drinkers, but they want to get on the moral compass about the grab 'em by the pussy president. You feel me? It's all bullshit. Like, I think they all drinking blood together. I think they all eating babies together. I think that they all gonna celebrate, you know, harnessing all of this energy that's gonna be galvanized for this grand ritual tomorrow. You feel me? Just make sure that you are putting your mind in the right place. You know, when you're going into this ritual setting, make sure you got your ritual blockers on. You feel me? Prepare yourself. You're gonna see some shit tomorrow.
You know, when when I was young, I remember Bobby Hemmett at real quick before we end it, I want to ask you a question. When I was young, Bobby Hemmett would say that there are two types of what we loosely term white supremacists. One is the white racist who knows who we are, has to do what he has to do because he understands our potential, he understands our history, he understands everything about melanin, the science, the metaphysics, all of that. He understands all of that. He knows exactly who we are. So he has to move a particular way where it's not blatant in your face. It's a way, it's trickery. It's a way in which we think we're integrated, but we're not integrated. And this is the way that white supremacist move. There's another white supremacist who hates us because that's what he was taught by his father, his grandfather, and his great granddaddy, and for whatever other reason.
Levels to this hate, yeah.
Yeah, so he just hates you because you a nigga. One person hates you because of nigga. One person hates you because of the metaphysics of the nigga. Are we seeing the infighting that we are seeing between Trump and the establishment? Do you think Trump represents that white supremacist who hates us because that's what he was taught by his daddy who was into prostitution or whatever the hell he was into, and the white supremacists that been ruling for the last 100 years or whatever, they like, yo, what the fuck you doing, yo? You can't do it like that. You want to wake these niggas up. We got to do it like this. We got to integrate them. We got to give them positions. We got to do that. So is that what we seeing here, Blue Pill? Is that what we seeing?
A variance of it, you know what I'm saying? There are, like you said, I would say that there's occult racists who understand the
right, occult racists, right,
yeah,
right.
The metaphysical aspects of you and you unlocking, you know, out of anguish, fear, or, you know, subjectivity or what have you, you know what I'm saying? And there's a high level occult racist and there's a low level occult racist. Because to me, all them niggas is a cult to the degree.
Okay.
Because, like I said, even when we were looking at lynchings and hangings and things of that nature, like the Ku Klux Klan is an occult organization by way of Albert Pike.
That is true. That is
you know
true.
What I'm saying? And they're not packaged and presented it to us like that. You know what I mean? I don't even know if it's packaged and presented as a Christian organization. That's weird as shit to me. I've never heard the Pope come out and speak about crazy about them. So I don't know what the hell they packaged and presented as, but they're cultists. So, while they were taking out phalluses and cutting off toes and keeping skulls and doing all of these other things and burning us, and all of these were, occult responses to the fear of our power. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Our ability to do the things that we did that were considered somewhat supernatural. Then you have the high level ones that, you know what I'm saying, they travel the world, and they're archaeologists, and they look into your motifs from times of law, and they study you, and they, you know what I mean, and they know about Sirius, and they know about this, and they know about that.
Right, yeah.
So these people are also very interesting, even with your backwood races, you know what I'm saying? They might know a thing or two. They might have seen it. Yeah, they might have heard a thing or two, seen a thing or two, or what have you. Ultimately, it's all out of fear. You know what I mean?
All of it.
All of it is out of fear, and some of it is based out of displaced adoration. All right, but I don't really ever know if I could call it hate. You know what I'm saying? The more that I observe it, I'm listening a lot more than ever. Because it's so blatant and so much in our face. I'm doing research into the history, and it all registers as fear to me. You know what I'm saying? All registers as fear and displaced adoration. The fact that the communication is so poor, one person can't bring themselves to be like, you know what? It's just some shit about you that I don't understand, but I'm willing to hear you out. Can you explain something to me? Do you have the capability to understand it when I explain it to you, though? Is the real question.
I completely understand. On that note, I guess we close it out, man. Leave your contact information for the people.
Yes, indeed, family. Blue Pillar 44. All right, that's on the IG. PILLAR. Blue Pillar 44. Law44.com. We're gonna definitely be updating that site, getting some more links available. We are launching the Deep Space Dogon. It is available. We could do the launch right now. You could get it on the paranormal.com. All right, we got the Deep Space Dogon. We got the Sabi joints up there.
Those is fire. Family. I'm looking at them right now, family.
We got
Straight fire.
Some Heru joints coming out. You know what I mean? We got that Falcon that's flying high. So, we got some designs coming for the spring, for the new year. And we implore the family once again to utilize this time with your friends and your family to, if nothing else, it might not be so wise to try to put them on. You got to hear what the blueprint. Nah, just look at the game and be mindful. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, observe it with both eyes. And, like I said, understand that Beyonce is a key to this connection by way of her in New Orleans, in San Francisco, being from Houston, making the twin announcement. Her and Jay-Z are the JB. Those are Jaquin and Boaz. They are the twin pillars in their world. All right. Strength and beauty. You know what I'm saying? That's what they represent. Strength by way of the Sagittarius. That's why, the image of the Sagittarius is the mentor. Strength is foundational. So that's their fascination with the number 4. And beauty, right? Represented by the Virgin, represented by Virgo, So that's who they represent. All right. That's why you'll hear me on numerous occasions. I'll be like, he's Master Masonry. Like, he's getting his thing on. Leave him alone.
Shout out to Virgos.
You know what I mean? Shout out to the Virgos. Both of them born on the 4s. You know what I'm saying? They're 44 all the way. So, it's an amazing story. You know what I mean? The symbolism is strong. Shout out to Sister Myra. I can't do this without acknowledging.
I gotta get her back on the show, man.
I can't not acknowledge her. I did the best that I can, family. She does that shit differently. She has a lot more fanciful way of explaining the astrological story that's taking place with these teens, but she's dead on. 100% endorse and support, any version of a breakdown that she's willing to offer, because She's always been on it. You know, I've seen other people who claim to do this who have been wrong numerous of times. But Sister Myra is always on top of things. So shout out to her. Shout out to anyone who has participated in any of these decodings with me dealing with the Super Bowl, who has lent any support by way of information that they've passed my way. Because I don't watch football throughout the season. I don't have no team. I ain't with none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I do recognize the symbolisms and the motif. I show up during the ending when the 44s take control. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm responsible for. Moving them forwards through this, explaining how this thing gonna play out. You know what I mean? So holla at us, you know what I mean? So we get the finality of this thing together. You deal what I'm saying? This is a public broadcast. We can't be on here telling you who gonna win. That's against the rules. All right? But peace, love, and light, y'all. Appreciate it. Hopefully you have learned something this evening, and hopefully there's something that you will be willing to teach me that I ain't know about. You know what I mean? Because I'm a student in this just as much as I'm a teacher of it. Peace.
All right, family. And while I close out, it's a couple. Good.
And it's 2:15 on a Saturday. If you don't find nothing else, go and donate to the family, man. This is fucking like I'm you know what I mean? Like,
Yo, you know what?
This is a Saturday night. He's supposed to be with his lady. I'm supposed to be out doing different things. We had teaching the people on a Saturday evening. Please show support to Brother Rich. Donate to the channel. All right.
You know, there's a couple.
Make sure that you show your support and your love to those who show support and love to you in these most weirdest of times, family.
You know, there's a couple of people that right after the red pill presentation the other day, that a couple of days ago, that donated and said they enjoyed the show. So I'm looking to see if I see that one email that I got. I don't see it. I just wanted to give that person a shout out.
That was a legendary presentation. It deserves donations. It deserves accolades, shares, downloads, whatever you got to do. If you're sitting around idle with this type of information, you know what I'm saying, and people are still having this discussion about fake news and alt truths and shit like that, and you could come here and get some info that you're not going to get nowhere else, as nobody dedicating no amount of time to put that level of research together to disseminate it to you in that fashion.
4 or 5 hours.
You need to cut it out and just sit down and go somewhere, because that shit is not. I'm looking for it. I wake up every fucking day on YouTube and look to see, can I learn something out here today?
4 or 5 hours.
Ain't nothing out here to fucking learn these days. Everyone's regurgitating some bullshit, and I don't know what these niggas is talking about no more. I have no idea. A lot of them just disappeared. And for the ones that's still around, I don't know what the fuck they talking about. So, you know, y'all gotta wise the fuck up. And part of my profanity this late in the evening, it is a Sunday, and I am going to church in the morning. Okay? But
yeah, shout out. Yeah. I don't want to say the sister's last name. First name, Erica. The sister right after the Red Pill show, the sister sent $25. Thank you for the lecture tonight. Peace and love to you and your family. Shout out to Erica. That means a lot. I'm glad, you know, we put a lot of work into this. That lecture ended at 2 a.m. You know, after it's done, everybody's tired. So shout out to Erica. Make sure you support Red Pill. Red Pill got so much going on right now between the clothing and the album. Make sure you support Blue Pill. I'm looking at this new lineup of
the Twin Pillars.bandcamp.com. Go and get that music. Bump that music for your family when in the building for Super Bowl tomorrow. That's how you do that thing. Yeah. All right? During commercials, you done seen all them shits on YouTube. Turn that music on. Let that music rock. You heard?
Word up, word up. And on that note, another thing. Let me get over here, bro. Donate richandmerit7@yahoo.com. You could go to PayPal and donate to richandmerit7. Let me just close out here. But besides that, like I said the other day, I'm looking, if you are a web designer, make sure you email me richandmerit@yahoo.com. Yeah, email me. I'm looking for some web designers. I got to do a couple of things. I'm about to stop the stream, as y'all see. Besides that, let me know. The people with businesses, let me know. Let me know what you do. Holla at me. Sometimes I'm too busy to read all the emails that I get. I get a lot in one given day, so please forgive me if I don't respond immediately to your email, but I am bombarded with emails on a daily basis. As you can see from the amount of views that is generated on this channel, you could imagine the amount of views, the amount of emails I get. And you know what? Yeah. This is what I'm talking about. Somebody just sent me $5. Shout out. Hold up. Let me see. There you go through.
What I'm talking about. That's another one.
This is from the dude who generates a lot of controversy, Basim. Shout out to the brother for a lot of controversy surrounding that dude, man. So shout out to him for showing support. He has shown support. I gotta say that. So shout out to him. He just sent me $5, and that is appreciated. You know what I'm saying? That's what keeps this thing going. That's what keeps me motivated. That's what keeps this gravy train going. So, if I'm saying that correctly, but I definitely appreciate all the support, everybody that's up to 2 a.m. And like I said, I can't get to all the emails right away, but you do business, holla at me, let me know what's good, what you do. And shout out to everybody advertising on my show. Make sure y'all check their websites out, support them. And on that note, we signing out, family. Peace.